hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. An advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do. Hey, welcome to the broadcast. My name is Dennis Spurling. I'm a podcaster here, and I've been here for years. And I talk about the tough subjects. I try to break it down. I talk about the things that nobody else really wants to talk about, not in this level of depth. Okay? Now, my only thing here is you don't owe me a dime. I don't expect anything from anybody. I do this because I love my people. I do this because I love all people, the truth. And despite what you say, me talking about racism, me talking about bigotry does not make me one. It just makes me insightful. You understand? Bottom line is, if you learn something, I should earn something. If you learn something, I should earn something. Somebody type that in the chat room. If you learn, I should earn. Okay? Now, here's the thing. No doubt you all have seen the racist diatribes by this idiot former HBD officer, Ashley Gonzalez. And so many of you are shocked, okay, at the fact that this Latino woman, you know, but it shouldn't be shocking to you because Nick Fuentes, you know, in his use of inflammatory racist rhetoric while still claiming a space in a broader political conversation, he's still here. And he's one of the most racist people on the internet right now himself. This man is a Mexican. So the fact that this HPD officer, who's about the same age as Nick Fuentes, Ashley Gonzalez, shouldn't be surprised that she's racist either. Okay, so the real question is, how could this happen? Right? I thought we had a black and brown union going or something like that. Well, actually, I would say that the real question is why people are still surprised when it does happen. And at the same time, and as I said, we're in the wake of the so-called black and brown coalition. You know, and I know you need to curl up with your beautiful Colombian girlfriend. I know you got your little Mexican baby mama over there listening. What do you listen to that guy again, that Mayate? You listen to him. I don't like him. He's so divisive. Yeah, I know. I won't care. But the bottom line is, you know, there's still people trying to make sense out of what's happening and what's real and what's, you know, and what perception, what actually shows up when power, identity, and institutions collide. And that's what this discussion is about. See, people keep saying that because I talk about racism in certain groups, whether it be intra-racism from Africans, and I know some Africans looking, I'm gonna get y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna be on y'all tomorrow, okay? Today is not your day, but tomorrow, y'all tune back in. And I also talk about Latino racism, Caribbeans, I talk about Asian, Arabs, etc. And I show you some historical background about what makes them racist. And when I say racist, I know you have homeboys that are Arab and Caribbean and all that. And I'm cool. The dude at the corner store, he always hook you up on your you know, your Newports and your beer. I know you cool with them, but what we're talking about is institutionalized racism. We talk about cultural racism. We're talking about racism. We're not talking about bigotry. We're not talking about prejudice. And that's what we're going to explain to you, okay? And so for many of you all, it doesn't really make sense. Now, talking about a problem is not the same as being the problem, okay? So just because I'm talking about racism doesn't mean I'm the problem, okay? If someone points out patterns, behavior, or real situation that's happening, that's called being observant. That's not being racist, okay? Racism is when you judge or treat people unfairly because of their race, and you do it on a collective level. Those two things are not the same. What's really happening is this: some people don't want certain topics discussed. So instead of dealing with the facts, they try to shut the conversation down by attacking the person speaking. And it's easy to call someone a racist and actually respond to what they're saying. And that's a tactic, okay? It's meant to make you back off, stay quiet, and stop bringing attention to the issue. But the truth is problems don't get solved in the dark. They get solved when people talk about them, when something is exposed, okay? And it can be challenged, and when it stays hidden, it grows. And that's how and that's how it works with anything. Racism doesn't survive well when it's out in the open. When people start calling it out and questioning it and pushing back against it, it loses power. That's why some people would rather keep it quiet or deny it altogether. So no, talking about racism does not make someone racist. Ignoring it doesn't make it go away either. And if anything, being willing to speak on it is the first step in actually dealing with it. And I'm just brave enough to do it. Now, the question we should be asking ourselves today, family, is what happens when Latinos, or when they attain institutional power and control? Okay, that's what we're going to talk about. Now, Latinos are now the largest minority group in the United States. Their numbers are growing fast. And at the same time, the white population is shrinking and the Black American population is not growing very quick either. We have 1.3 birth rate, and you need 2.1 just to sustain yourself. Basically, let me say this, and let me be the first one to say it. If it wasn't for these single baby mamas who aren't married, if it wasn't for these Pookie and Ray Rays having 8, 9 baby mamas, our reproduction rate as Black Americans would be less than 1. You understand me? Because the vast majority of Black men, or not vast majority, but the majority of Black men don't have children. So what that means is the 80% of Black women who do have children that are being fathered by about 20-some% of Black men, they're the only ones keeping our reproductive rate at 1.3. I mean, you see how that works? Think about it. If it wasn't for all these baby mamas, we Black people would be dying out even faster than we are now. I'm talking about foundation of Black American people. It's always going to be Black people on the planet, but Black people in the United States because of immigration, etc. But the bottom line is our population is not growing very quickly, and notably Latinos are starting to catch a lot more heat from white supremacists because their population has increased, and they're loud about it. They quick to tell you we're the largest minority. Okay, and so and what's happening is, and the white folks are beginning to target them. Now, in response, many are strengthening their cultural identity, and that's important. And so they're doubling down on their own. They're doubling down on their own cultural identity. And before going any further, it's important to understand the difference between racism, bigotry, and prejudice. And these words often used together, but they don't mean the same thing. I want to explain that. Okay, to understand what's happening, you have to look at the numbers. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, Latinos make up 20% of the U.S. population, which is over 68 million people. And at the same time, demographic projections show that what they call non-Hispanic white people, okay, their share of the population is steadily declining. In other words, our regular old white people, Bill and Bob and Tom and Karen, they're shrinking, okay? And it's expected to fall below 50% in the coming decade. So they're going to be less than half of the population. I want you to shoot back to 1965. White people were 91% of the population. Black people were about 9% of the population. This is 1965, before the Hart-Celler Act, okay? Before they started letting other folks come in here. They were the vast majority. It was just a black and white country. Had a couple of Hispanics, a couple of Indians, but it was negligible, okay? And so even more significant, Latinos have accounted for over half of the total U.S. population growth in recent years, meaning they're not just growing, they're driving the country's demographic future. And as groups grows in size, it gains influence. It's only natural because, influence leads to representation, and representation leads to power. And this power can show up in politics. You're going to see more of them in media. You're going to see more holding office. You're going to see more business owners. And it's going to be a heavy influence on the culture. You understand what I'm saying? We already see this happening in the workforce, in the economy, and where Latino participation is at record levels. Maybe their fathers and mothers pick fruit, but they are doctors and lawyers and nurses and police officers. And after that, they're going to be business owners and politicians and mayors and governors, and eventually presidents and senators. Okay. Now, when a group begins to gain institutional power in a society, that has historically been structured around race, two things tend to happen at the same time. Number one, there's an external pressure to push back scrutiny and in some cases hostility from groups that feel their position is being challenged. In other words, black folk, white folk who traditionally dominated this country say, hey, hold on a minute. Don't come in here with that. We have a way in which we do things that you all are changing. All right. And that's where you start seeing increase in tension, criticism, and in some corners, outright hostility coming from the white supremacists or the nationalists and the elders. They trying to send them home. All right. And the white Latinos know that. But the second thing that happens is internal. Okay. Groups begin to define themselves more sharply. They begin to solidify, identify, protect their status, and in some cases draw clearer boundaries about who is in and who is out. And that's where the distinction we're making becomes critical. See, this is why it's important to understand the difference between the terms prejudice. It's a personal opinion or feeling about someone before you really know them. You prejudge. Somebody type prejudge in the chat room, so I know y'all listen. It's prejudge. You prejudging them. Okay, that's prejudice. That's individual. That's individual stuff. All right. Bigotry is when those feelings are expressed through words or action. That's when you open your big mouth, say something racist, like the little HPD officer did. Bigotry. Right now. Systematic or cultural bias, this is system-wide, is when those ideas become part, okay, of everyday life and are passed down over time. Okay, that's systematic. That's what black folks have had to deal with in this country. We've had to deal with bigotry, prejudice, etc. That's what black folks have to deal with. Now, what the demographic shift does is it raises stakes. As the numbers increase, the influence grows, and the question is no longer just about a person's attitude. It becomes how those attitudes scale. What happens when a bunch of these people get power? What do? And when they intersect with institutions, what happens when representation turns into policy? You got all these people who feel a certain way, they're culturally racist, and when cultural norms influence hiring and media narratives, political priorities, that's the real question behind the discussion. So when we're looking at this moment, don't just look at growth, look at direction. Where we headed? Don't just look at numbers, look at patterns, because history shows that when any group gains power in a system shaped by race, the defining issue is whether bias exists. The defining issue is whether it gets reinforced or challenged. And as their power expands. Now, let me break this down. I want to go deep because I want y'all to understand the difference between prejudice and bigotry. A person who is prejudiced is someone who already has a negative opinion about you before even getting to know you. They base that opinion on stereotypes instead of facts. Okay. All right. You already a fast running, high jumping, spear chucking Mulian. You see what I'm saying? You a watermelon fried chicken eater. They already got you gonna steal everything. You're violent. That's what they think. Okay. You're loud. That's prejudice. And the good thing is prejudice can be changed. You see? A bigot, on the other hand, is someone who believes they're better than you because your race or background, no matter what, they just feel like they're better than you. And these are the people who use racial slurs and they disrespect others. You can find people like that everywhere. A lot of this comes from how people form their opinions. The truth is, people's views are heavily shaped by what they see, especially in the media, social media, and the news. This isn't just a guess. Studies from groups like the Pew Research Center and the American Psychological Association show that the media, I want y'all to listen to this, the media plays a big role in the shaping how people think about race. Now, I want you to picture this. If people keep seeing the same type of person showing the same negative way over and over again. They start to believe that everyone in that group acts like that. That's how false ideas get built. Now, you can run the same story over and over again, year after year, year after year. It could be the same person. Look at social media. You're seeing the same videos circulate hundreds and hundreds of times on your For You page. After a while, it starts, well, these all these people are like this. It might just be one incident from different angles, and one incident you see over and over again. But what people believe is always the same as what people believe is not always the same as what is actually true. Okay. Again, there's research that has shown that crime reporting and media coverage often overrepresent Black folk. Okay. And relative to our actual share of the crime statistics. And that's what distorts the public perception. Studies cited by these groups like the Sentencing Project and the Academic Analysis of News coverage, it's found that people tend to overestimate the involvement of minority groups in crime, and specifically Black people, because of how frequently they are depicted in that context. They run out their way. Recently, there was a young girl who got unalived in Tanzania. You can barely see that on mass media. And when this dude unalived his family yesterday, a couple of days ago in Shreveport, it was all over the news before the bodies got cold. Okay, why don't we get that same? We don't have that same media for Ashley Renee, but we got this dude up in Shreveport. We don't even know the whole story, right? And it's all over the news. You see, and that's what I'm talking about. Even though we know that 60 to 80% of the family annihilators are white men in this country, 60 to 80% of the men, white men, middle-aged men. These are the men who commit this family unalivement. Very rare do Black men do it, okay? Especially foundational Black American men. So the bottom line is, family, they over-publicize the negativity, and that's what causes people to have these negative feelings. And I guess what I'm saying, my main point, when what people believe doesn't match the facts, they're not reacting to reality, they're reacting to a story that's been repeated again and again and over and over and over. And this doesn't mean prejudice and bigotry doesn't exist. Clearly they do. But it does mean that a lot of what people think they know about others didn't come from real experience. It came from what they heard, what they were shown over and over again. And that's how prejudice starts. And that's how bigotry grows. Now, it's not always from real life. It's white people that don't even know Black people, never even been around a Black person, but they could tell you everything you want to know, okay? Because they've seen these repeated messages over and over again in different media. And at the end of the day, it's real simple, okay? It's really simple to understand. It's programming. That's why they call TV shows programming. Now, there's a difference between the person being a bigot or being prejudiced and a racial system. And I want y'all to pay close attention. Racism has to do with a system, whether it's a cultural system or a governmental system or whatever. When we talk about racism, we're talking about a system that targets a specific ethnic group or religious group or minority, and it purposely oppresses them and deprives them of rights, system-wide. Okay. Now what does that mean? It means the laws are used against them. It means the policies, it means the institutional practices, not just feelings or opinions of somebody saying the N-word as they drive down the street in their pickup truck with a Confederate flag waving in the back. That's not institutional racism. That would be bigotry or prejudice. Okay. And we have clear examples of that. In the United States, after slavery ended, okay, you had a bunch of Black people running around the South, and it was also in the North too, quiet as kept, but they instituted something called Black codes. Okay, we call it Jim Crow. It was laws that specifically targeted Black people that they passed in the South in 1865 and 1866 that restricted the freedom of the newly freed Black people, also the other Black people who weren't slaves. It controlled our labor. They had things called vagrancy laws, right? They had it controlled whether or not we can enforce contract for homes, businesses. The white man took your money, you took your cotton, didn't pay you, nothing you could do about it. They had vagrancy laws. You go into the store to get some milk for your mother, and the police said, you standing here too long. Next thing you know, you locked up for 5 years working on a chain gang somewhere. Vagrancy laws, targeting black people, because what the purpose of those laws was to get you back incarcerated, get you back in jail, get you back in prison so they can put you to work on those prison work farms, okay? Bottom line is it limited our ability to own property. This lasted 100 years. We just got rid of this in 1965. So we've really only been, I'm the first generation of foundational Black Americans who's fully free. Okay, Generation X is the first generation of Black Americans who were born fully free. And I was born in 1974. I want you to understand that. So you looking at somebody who's the first generation of fully free foundational Black Americans. We couldn't own land. They restricted us from buying property in different places. They call that redlining. So I want y'all to understand that when they talk about slavery was a long time ago, yeah, that ended in 1865, but they kept basically a practical, applicable slavery by depriving of us of our rights for 100 more years, all the way up into 1965 in the Civil Rights Act. Okay, so when you see these fools talking about, oh, civil rights didn't do nothing, fool, you wouldn't be able to buy a house if it wasn't for civil rights. Okay, your black ass wouldn't be able to open a bank account if it wasn't for civil rights. That's what you need to understand. So don't listen to everybody. But bottom line is, family, and excuse my language, I might do a little bit more cussing tonight. Nevertheless, I'm getting older, so I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. But here's the thing. Those weren't people's attitudes. That was institutional racism. That was law. Okay. And you also had systems within the Native American tribes. I want you, all my Indians, all my pretendians, come on in here. All you Cherokee princesses, all you Choctaw, come on in here. You had systems in the Native American tribes, particularly among those so-called 5 civilized tribes that moved from like Georgia and Florida out to Oklahoma. The Choctaw, the Cherokee, they enslaved Black people, and their descendants are often referred to as freedmen who weren't actually freed until after the end of the Civil War. All right, and as slaves to those Choctaw and Cherokee, those freedmen, they faced restrictions. During that era of removal, okay, those forced migrations between 1830 and 1850, following the Indian Removal Act, they said an estimated 10 to 15% of the people who were forced to walk on the Trail of Tears were Black people. Your ancestors, your enslaved Black people, enslaved by Native Americans, brought along by the tribal members, okay, and who wholeheartedly adopted plantation-style slavery. You know who built the reservations? We did. We built them. And let me translate that too. That means thousands of Black people endured the same forced march west under bondage, but you never hear about it. And so here's the thing, once the Indian Territory, these systems, they became formalized. The Choctaw Constitution of 1838 explicitly recognized slavery and treated enslaved Black people as property. And later, the Choctaw laws prohibited interracial marriage and restricted the rights of people of African descent. These are these Choctaws that was in Seminole, the movie The Seminole Sinners. Same people. Racist as hell. All right, the Cherokee, all my Cherokee princesses, come on in here, little Cherokee. My grandma was Cherokee, she had long hair, she was Cherokee. Bring your Cherokee butt up in here. The Cherokee Constitution of 1839, go read it, just Google it, don't be mad at me, just read it. Cherokee Constitution of 1839. It did the same. It protected slaveholding as a legal institution, and it limited the citizenship to free Cherokee persons, which effectively excluded most Black Africans or people of African descent, or what we call foundational Black Americans. Even after the Civil War, when the treaties in 1886 required the tribes to grant citizenship to the freedmen, the reality on the ground remained contested for generations, with rights, land, political participation, tribal recognition, restricted, or even just flat out denied. These people are still fighting lawsuits to try to get their rights from these Cherokees. And that's another example of how the system, not just persons, can structure inequality across time. These are your Native Americans, all my pretendians. I want you to come in and get some of this. You need all of this. You need every bit of this. All you pretending, you need every bit of it. Every drip drop of it. Come on up in here. Most of you all look like you do because your sixth grandfather was a white man who had sex with somebody, and there's been some mixture. That's what, go back to your sixth great grandfather, and most of them were white. Just keep it 100. All right, now, and see, this isn't just limited to the United States. When you study history, you see the systems of racial classification and control are studied, and they copied it, and they're adapted. One of the clearest examples, I want y'all to listen to me. We always talk about Skittler. Somebody type Skittler. We always talk about Skittler. Skittler and the Yahtzees. Remember that? Now, when you study history, one of the clearest examples of how bad the American system, both the Native American tribes and the Jim Crow under white folk, a man named Henrik Kreger, okay? He wasn't just some observer. He came over to the United States. He was a Yahtzee legal scholar who came to the United States in the 1930s and studied at the University of Arkansas. While he was there, he conducted a deep, systematic study of American racial law during the Jim Crow era. He examined segregation laws. He examined anti-miscegenation laws and statutes that ban interracial marriage and coupling. In much of the country, laws that existed in over 30 U.S. states by the early 20th century, in the legal definitions of race, including the so-called one-drop rule, which the Nazis thought that, oh my God, that is crazy. That one drop. They said that's too extreme for us. The Yahtzees said the one-drop rule was too extreme for them. They thought about that. But they saw how people were classified. This is before they really got going good with their segregation over there. You understand? And he also studied how these laws affected not just Black Americans, but Native Americans and other groups, observing how society could maintain a racial hierarchy through legal structures, not just personal bias. He went and studied their law because, remember, they had that. You understand what I'm saying? And Krieger, this Yahtzee didn't just observe, he documented everything. He wrote extensively about what he saw, including the analysis of race law in the United States, where he broke down how American law created and maintained a racial system, a racial category. And when he returned to Yahtzee, Germany, his work became part of the broader legal discourse that the Yahtzee officials used to develop their own racial system. In the years leading up to 1935, that same Yahtzee policymakers studied American law closely. They debated it, how the U.S. defined law, and this research contributed to the creation of the Nuremberg laws. Shout out to Leeward 6297. The Nuremberg laws. Okay, that defined who was considered Jewish. It stripped people of citizenship, it banned intermarriage, and it formalized a racial hierarchy enforced by the state. Before that, civilized societies didn't have that before. They got that from the United States. They got that from the Native American tribes. Did the Yahtzees learn systemized racism from us, family? Think about that. Think about that. That is insane. They don't teach that in history. The Yahtzees got it from us. That's why when they did the Nuremberg trials, they kept pointing, look at America. How can you say we racist? Look what you're doing to the American Negro. And so the point is clear. The Nazis didn't build their system in a vacuum. They studied our model. Somebody said copycats. That's right, baby. He said copycat. And did I give a shout out to Leeward 6297? Thank you for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. Thank you so much, family. But anyway, they adopted what we had. They looked at how well the American enforcement of segregation worked, how we define race in legal terms and restricted rights and maintain the appearance of a legal system. Okay, because remember when I told you in any racist system, it has to appear to be, somewhat consistent and fair. People that start rebelling. But bottom line is they adopted those ideas into something even more extreme. And so when you talk about racism in a full sense, you're not just talking about racism. You're not just talking about someone using a slur or holding a negative opinion. You're talking about a system that defines rights, access, and opportunity based on race, and it enforces those institutions. And that's the difference. And prejudice is personal. Bigotry is expressed. But racism is the most powerful form because it's structural. Okay? It's structural. That's the difference. You understand what I'm saying? Now, let's talk about this. Well, we're going to have a conversation. All right? That's going to be my little intro, but I have some videos I want you to see. Now, I want y'all to understand something. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Okay? Me talking about racism does not make me a racist. It makes me observant. All right? Now, you guys know about this little lady, and I'm gonna put it up here. Okay, I'm gonna put it up here. Close your ears if you don't want to hear. If it's too rough for your little earlobes, you'll need to close your ears. But we need to have a conversation about this because, as I said, you got a group of people who are now second in line, and let's see what they do with their power. Now, this young lady. This young idiot, I would say, is a former HPD police officer. Let's go ahead and hear what she has to say. Fair you.
But no homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like.
All right, and she gonna say some cuss words. I'm gonna let my music play because I'm trying to keep this family friendly. But I want you to listen. This young lady here is an HPD Houston Police Department. She is on the police force. Or was on the police force. All right. I want you to hear what she had to say. I'm gonna let it play. It's rough.
Out loud, like goddamn, nigga, like oh my god, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps, nigga. Like I like
Marine Corps. So she's the military. So she was in the military. Also, go ahead.
I kid you not. I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, "Come here, you fucking nigger!" And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, "Damn bitch, te pasaste," because I called him a fucking nigger, dog. Like imagine how many fucking downtown chimps were there. They could have beaten my ass.
Downtown chimps. Somebody type chimps in the chat room. So in words, chimps, you really going at it. Let's keep.
And then he like stops like, "You did not just call me a fucking nigger." I was like, "You're a nigger." I was like, "Oh my god."
No, somebody type ER in the chat room. Somebody type hard R in the chat room.
Why? Like you're a fucking nigger, and I called you a nigger. Like world peace, bitch. But I got so much off of my chest just by saying nigger out loud. Like it felt really good, guys. Like
it felt good. It felt good. You hear that? It felt good for her to say the N-word. Gosh, does it feel? When I said it, don't feel that good. This is like I don't feel that, but for them, it feels good. Like it's liberating. Let's keep listening. Let's hear it again. Maybe we will.
I will always and forever say that I hate. Oh my god, I hate chimps. Like I hate y'all. Like you. Like I don't. Oh, we were slaves this entire. I don't give a like for a reason you guys were slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to steal. Like oh.
Is the reason we were slaves. We don't know anything better but to steal. Okay, now look, this is called bigotry. Okay, somebody type bigotry. This is not racism. This is bigotry. Okay, I'm gonna show you the whole point of this broadcast. We're showing the difference between bigotry and race. This is bigotry. When you voice your racist opinions. Okay, that's what this is. This is a lesson. I'm doing this purely for YouTube. I'm doing this purely for educational purposes. We're teaching here. Okay, let's keep listening to the bigotry.
Oh my!
I want black men to learn.
Okay, So let's move on. What happened to her? Let's keep moving. Y'all still here? Are your ears burning? Let's keep listening. Let's get some more.
I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my god, I fucking
Now, fellas, I know you got your little Mexican girlfriend next to you. Put the little earphone in her ear so she can hear. She got a cousin like this. You know you got a cousin like this, baby. You don't lie. You know you have a cousin just like this. What y'all talk about at the quinceañera when your tío brings in his new young La Negra girlfriend. This is what you say. I know you
hate chimps. Like I hate y'all. Like you. Like I don't fucking. Oh, we were slaves this entire. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like for a fucking reason, you guys were fucking slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to fucking steal. Like oh my fucking god, nigga. Like I was literally.
Somebody type chimp in the chat room. Chimp. Somebody type chimp. Chimp. Go ahead.
Eating fucking food with my friend. He had his, oh my god, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de fucking Dios, I had my fucking wallet next to me, like my whole.
And she basically said, thank God I had my wallet next to me. Some of you like, well, how do you know how to speak Spanish? I learned it in Manual Arts High School in South Central LA. That's why I learned it. And I perfected it going to the Dominican Republic, arguing with my Dominican friends down there about who was going to win the soccer game. But let's keep listening.
Whole purse and those fucking like that little fucking small ass chimp decided not to fucking steal my fucking wallet, nigga. Oh my god, nigga, I would have grabbed my heel and like whooped the fuck out of that nigga's ass. But like what?
He's gonna whoop her. Now, mind you, this is an HPD officer. This is an HPD officer, and she sent this to her friends. So one of her friends snitched. Okay, one of her friends snitched on her and released it to the public. Now, I want to kind of lay a foundation for you so you can understand. She is talking about hanging around downtown Houston. And let me just explain something to you. Downtown Houston, at a certain time in the evening, they release, that's where all the homeless people are. And that's where all the guys who are getting out of jail are. That's where they release them. So she's down there with all the homeless people. Now, if you just move into Houston, understand this. You're not going to catch me in the downtown area. It's grimy, it's dirty. We don't hang out over there. We hang out in a place. We don't even hang out in the Galleria area. I don't even want to tell y'all, but there's a spot on Westheimer. If you drive maybe east on Westheimer, they have a nice grouping of shops. It's very exclusive, a nice setting. That's where the Rolex, that's where that's where the Rolex shop is. That's where all these really nice restaurants, French restaurants. She's hanging out in the grimy area, dealing with poor homeless people. And one of them took some food or something from her. And now she's impugning that on all black people. I just want her to know, I don't want nothing that she's eating. I don't want none of that you're eating. But again, this is an example of bigotry. Okay.
Whatever, right? Some other, but no homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud, like goddamn, nigga, like oh my god, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps, nigga. Like I kid you not.
This is y'all fault. This is you youngsters. This is your fault. I just want you young people to know, you all, my generation, we didn't let folk who weren't black call us the N-word. I don't even let people who are black call me the N-word. I have a homeboy. I said, man, don't call me that. And he's black as I am. You call me the N-word, you might get socked out. Now, of course, I'm peaceful now. Uncle D is a peaceful person, but that's a disrespectful word, even coming from other black people. Okay, you don't just see, a lot of people just think, oh yeah, we use that as a term of endearment. It depends. It depends on how you use it. You can say look, it might pop off. So a lot of you all misuse that, but nevertheless, black people like me don't want anybody calling me the N-word. You might get, something might happen to you. Not now. Now I'm peaceful and I'm, I'm peaceful and mature. Somebody type Uncle D is mature in the chat room and peaceful. But let's keep listening.
I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking nigger. And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head, I was like, damn bitch, that pasaste, because I called him a fucking nigger, dog. Like
proud of yourself. She proud because she called a homeless man downtown Houston the N-word. That's what you're proud of. So yeah, this is where all the Latinos that say I'm racist. I want you to come in here and explain this to me. I want where y'all at. I know you all don't like the fact that I show this because it exposes what you all had, these internal conversations that you have. But let's keep going. Let's see what else is being said. Nothing else on this one. Let's keep pushing to the next one. We'll keep on moving and so forth. Yeah, Chimp.
Received a video from a viewer who claims it shows a police officer using a racial slur. Houston police say they are aware of this.
Somebody type, gotcha.
This video, and that officer, Ashley Gonzalez, has been relieved of duty while the department investigates. Local community leaders say this video calls into question Gonzalez's policing. Fox 26's Karis Belger joining us in the studio with more on these allegations and what we're learning.
You're a police officer. Now, I don't want to tell you too much, but here's the thing. If you're a police officer, you have something like called a Brady disclosure. Every time you testify, the district attorney has to give the defense counsel your jacket or your file. And so if you have a police officer like this who arrests someone who happens to be black, and the question is whether or not we should believe the police officer over this defendant, then the jury is going to say, well, her jacket shows that she hates N-words. I mean, she said it herself. Her Brady disclosure, and the defense lawyer is going to bring that up and say, you can bring her up there if you want to, but her being a part of the arrest at all means there's reasonable doubt. So she's burnt her bridge. She can't even be a cop anywhere. No matter where she goes in the state, this is always going to be part of her Brady disclosure. So she can't do any arrest. You need to go on ahead to get a job pushing a broom somewhere. Let's keep listening.
Learning tonight, Karis.
Yeah, Caroline, the video is disturbing and we're not showing it in full, but I can tell you the woman in it repeatedly uses racist language and describes using that language during an arrest, and later says she felt, quote, at peace after being able to say it. And that's now drawing serious concern from community leaders as HPD.
She was arresting somebody, calling them an N-word, grabbing them by the neck. Do you hear that? Do you hear? This is what our somebody type Black and Brown Coalition. This is what they was doing.
Looks into this.
Praise God. Keep going.
Okay, now and sent to Fox 26 by a viewer who claims the woman seen in it is Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Now, Houston's police say they are aware of the video, while the department has not publicly.
As she salutes the black man who's making her a police officer. Look at, does he know that she thinks he's a chimp? Where all the police officers at? Do you know this is what they think about you? I mean, do y'all know that? I'm just saying, I'm asking questions. I just want to know. Asking for a friend. Okay, let's keep listening.
He confirmed Gonzalez is the woman seen in it. HPD says she has been relieved of duty as the investigation moves forward. After watching the video, Bishop James Dixon said he was shocked and disturbed by the content. You can see Gonzalez here. This is her graduating from her cadet class in 2024, shaking the hand of the then police chief. James Dixon.
She just got her badge. So how racist had you? So you came to the police force racist. You came knowing all those mean, nasty, foul words. Golly.
Said he was, as I mentioned, shocked and disturbed by the content. He believes this raises broader concerns beyond just the one incident.
Unfortunately, she misrepresents good cops, right, who love and protect and want to serve everyone. But the most unfortunate thing is she represents a genre of police officers who think like that.
What you mean the genre, sir? What are you talking about? She's a little Mexican woman. It seemed to us, and I'm not going to speak for everybody. I'm just speaking for me. It seemed to us it's not a genre of police officers. It's a whole lot of them. Like it's a whole, you know how they say only one apple don't spoil a bunch. It seemed like the whole bunch is spoiled because this is their thing. This is how they bond. You see what I mean? And that's really unfortunate, but that seems to be the culture according to what most black people will tell you. And the fact that you have a Latina woman out there she dropped more N-bombs than the Grand Wizard of the KKK, and she did it boldly. And then one of her friends snitched on her.
At this point, it's still unclear whether Gonzalez could face additional discipline or whether investigators are looking into any of her past interactions on the job. Caroline?
Well, Karis, what do we know about Gonzalez and her history with the department?
Well, we don't know that much. The person who sent the video into us claimed to know her. We're still investigating that claim.
One of the people who snitched on her knows her. So one of your homegirls who you sent the damn thing, one of your friends who you sent it to, snitched on you. That's what
But
happened.
she did graduate from the Cadet Academy in 2024. Beyond that, the details are still limited because police have not publicly confirmed that she's the woman seen in the video. But they did say, again, they are aware of it. Caroline?
We know you, baby. It was you. And so, you can imagine the thing you all have to understand is that Houston, Texas, Texas in general has the largest population of Black people in the country. All right. And so you got a lot of Black people who have a lot to say about this situation, namely this young lady right here.
Built on your ass, I mean, just that. Fuck, nigger. And I was like, what the fuck are you gonna possibly say? Like, are you gonna call 911 because I called you a fucking nigger? No, right? Oh my God. Because this is what we're not gonna do in our city.
Chopped and screwed.
Let me tell y'all.
They chopped and screwed it. Somebody type chopped and screwed. Chopped and screwed. Go ahead.
Our racist laws that still got badges. I'ma flush every last one of you jokers out any police agency in my state, in my city. And then Miss Ashley Gonzalez, I'ma let you know right now, baby. I got smoke for you, cause you finna lose your license and you finna not be at no police agency. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. Belt on your ass. I'ma let you know right now, baby. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I mean, just that. Ashley Gonzalez. You finna lose that job, bitch. You finna lose that job. You finna lose that job, bitch. 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 You won't be able to go nowhere, bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Cause you finna lose your license. You won't be able to go nowhere. Bitch, you won't be able to go nowhere. Flush your behind out like a damn rock. I'ma put that belt on your ass.
Oh yeah. So yeah, stay on her ass. And I think that's this is Houston is still a Black town. Okay. Now she actually did lose her job. I got another story here, and we're gonna keep
You've ever had an encounter with this HPD officer who posted a racist rant against Black people on social media. Maria Aguilera is live at HPD
today. She didn't post it against Black people. She posted against niggers. That's what she said. Don't put me in that category. You say I don't respond to that. Okay. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and we are dignified, beautiful Black people, foundational Black American people. We are not the N-word, so don't categorize us that. That's a poor way of thinking. But let's keep
tonight with the investigation that is underway right now, Maria.
Yeah, Mia, that officer, technically still employed, has been relieved of duty, and now a well-known local activist is urging anyone who had an encounter with the officer to come forward as her team looks into possible legal action. A viral video prompting calls for accountability.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I hate
Houston police say it appears to show one of their own officers, Ashley Gonzalez, going on a racist rant.
It's just unacceptable.
Community activist Dr. Candace Matthews says her team first received it and she's pushing for action.
She could possibly go to another policing agency, so that's why we're following this. This is why I'm going for her T-code certification. Because
now, T-close means it's your Texas certification to be able to be a law enforcement officer. That's what T-close means. Shout out to my man, Lee Ward. Thank you so much for the second super chat, family. I appreciate it. We got 2 super chats. We've been in here 53 minutes. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
we cannot have someone that's representing public trust with those type of ideologies.
She's also urging anyone who's had contact with Gonzalez to come forward as her team looks into possible civil rights violations.
In other words, if you have been arrested by this woman and you were in the Houston area, call your attorney so that you can get your charges removed or reduced. If she was anywhere near the scene, if she's any one of the arrested officers, if she was even on the scene, you file a motion for new trial and y'all go ahead and get up out of jail. That's what you do. Go ahead, get you a good defense lawyer, get on up out of jail, because she is clearly racist, overtly. This is not your fault. Shout out to my man Solo Dolo, and go ahead and get out of that TDC right now. All right, all my guys in the penitentiary, listen to me. You down there in jail. If HPD officer Ashley Gonzalez, if any HPD officer named Ashley Gonzalez was involved in your arrest, you need to make sure your attorney looks through that, and so you can get that verdict overturned and get that appeal.
What does that mean for them in their cases?
Well, that's what we're on, and that's why I want, the legal representation. That's why I want to have the legal resources to be able to help them navigate through that process.
That's a sick mindset.
The president of the Houston chapter of the NAACP, Bishop James Dixon, shocked by the video.
And here's a young lady with a future ahead of her. She's ex-military. She's a professional. She has talent. She has gifts and skills.
Oh, she's a bigot. That's what she is. She's skilled at being a bigot. That's what she's skilled at. And she's too stupid to be a racist. Racists know how to shut up. She's a bigot. She's too stupid to be a racist. You can quote me on that. All right. Keep listening.
And yet she undermined her own credibility with this racist ideology.
Now working with HPD to find solutions. According to HPD policy, it requires officers to act without prejudice and prohibits posts on social media that would harm the department or city. Matthew says accountability is key, and she's also concerned about the division this is causing.
It caused a discord between the community and law enforcement, and that's not what we want. In fact, it also caused a discord between Hispanics and African Americans.
I think that was already there, doctor, but go ahead.
And that's not what we want. We want unity. We want accountability.
Yeah.
The Houston Police Officers Union says it is deeply disturbed by this video and makes it clear it does not tolerate racist behavior from any officer. Now tonight, HPD tells us its investigation is still ongoing. Live in downtown Houston, Maria Aguilera, KHOU 11 News.
Yeah, so that's what happens, man, when you got you got folk right there who give them badges. Okay, so that's an example of that. Now, again, me talking about racism doesn't make me a racist. It just makes me observant. Now, here's the thing. Let's move on and keep on moving. And I want you guys to make sure you understand where I'm coming from next, because I have some more videos I want to play, but I want to read another segment. Not read another. I have some more videos I want you all to check out. Now, I'm going to say this, and I've said it before, and it's not just me saying it. Okay, Latinos are culturally racist. All right. Now, I've talked about Latino racism, and they don't like it. They don't like when I speak the truth. They don't like that. And just like I've had people. Let me tell y'all something I find extremely funny. How many of you all know my name? What's my name? My name is Dennis DeMond. Middle name is DeMond. That's my name that travels over long distances when my mama's calling me, grandma calling me to come in the house. DeMond Spurling. Does that sound anywhere near like a Dominican name? Okay. But when the Latino people get mad at me, they call me Dominican. When the Caribbeans get mad at me, they call me a Caribbean, and then they call me an African. I am none of that. Okay. I am a Black American raised by Black Americans. I embrace being a Black American. I love being a Black American. I wouldn't want to be anything else other than a Black American man. All right. But the bottom line is, family, me exposing this racism is painful to them, because if you can't keep it secret, it gets exposed. You put the light on it, then they can't operate the way they used to. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's why people don't like what I say, and I just say it, and I don't really care what people think. And I have a backup of history that shows that. Now, again, I'm going to say this. Latinos are culturally racist. Now, I've talked about that before, okay? And I want you to understand that it's a widely discussed issue within the many of the Latin societies. There's deep-rooted racial hierarchies amongst those folk, and the thing about Latino identity is it's not just one race. All right, it's a mix. You have white Latinos, you have black Latinos. They call them African Latinos. You have indigenous people. You have people with mixed ancestry, and even within those countries that they come from, South America, Central America, the Caribbean, especially they have bigotry, especially amongst or directed towards Afro Latinos and the race and skin color. You know, they still determine a person's status and their opportunity and how they get treated in the society. And there are literally thousands of accounts, academic studies, firsthand narratives, documented research showing that in parts of Latin America and the Caribbean, darker skinned people of African descent and the indigenous people, in those populations, they're disproportionately at the bottom of the social and economic hierarchy. And while the lighter skinned populations are more likely to occupy positions of power. Now, they call themselves white Latinos. We damn sure don't call them white. We know what white people look like up here. We got real white people up here. We shout out to all the real white people. We know who you are. Now, they think they're white, but they're not. Okay? But the bottom line is that's not anecdotal. Okay? That's reflected in economic inequality, political representation, media visibility across multiple countries. Look at some of the little Mexican, Spanish channels, La Televisión or whatever. If you look at places like Venezuela, it shows that economic inequality often breaks along racial lines. The Afro-descendant and the indigenous populations experience disproportionate disadvantage. Let me tell you something. There's a 2013 Swedish academic study. Okay, it ranked Venezuela as one of the most racist countries in America. They got in the Americas, they have America beat. Okay, Venezuela is deemed more racist than the United States. And you got all these Venezuelans coming up here. But what that does is it highlights how racial attitudes and inequality persist despite the widespread belief that they have this racial mixing. That belief that racism doesn't exist because everyone is mixed is just a myth. Okay, it's a myth of some racial democracy, but the studies show that this idea actually hides and reinforces discrimination rather than eliminates it. Now, to understand where this comes from, you have to go back in history, specifically to the concept of blanqueamiento, which literally translates to whitening. Well, actually, it translates to, it does translate to whitening. And it was a policy and social ideology adopted by multiple Latin American countries in the 19th century and the early 20th century. The governments down there, including places like Brazil and Venezuela, they actively encourage European immigrants. You know, all them poor Europeans is coming over there. Come on over here. Come on over here. We can have Europe over here. They wanted them to come down, and the goal was improving and whitening the population. The idea was simple. Bring these Europeans down here. They will mate with our darker skinned indigenous and people of African descent, and we'll get lighter skin. The lighter skin will occur, okay? And that is associated with progress, all right? That's associated with civilization and the power. And while darker skin or African or indigenous was associated with inferiority. That is prejudice and bigotry. But what they instituted was systematic, and so that's racism. So they didn't just let it happen, they engineered it through immigration policy and social incentives and cultural messaging. So the bigotry and the prejudice translated to a system-wide racism, you see? So that cultural racism, that's one of the reasons why I say that their racism is cultural. And see, this is the key point. You're not just looking at a person's prejudice. You're looking at something that was built into the structure of the society and reinforced through generations and normalized through language and media institutions. So when people travel to parts of South America and Central America or Caribbean and say they see a pattern where, and shout out to the passport bros, they'll tell you, if they'll speak to you, they'll tell you. They go down there, they probably the only black, dark-skinned black person in some of these upper echelon restaurants and places they go. And the only reason you brothers get treated like that is because you're an American. So your money and your spending power supersede the fact that in those countries, your darker skin would put you in a lower caste system. Let's just keep it 100, fellas. All right? The brothers will tell you that. When they go to places like Central America, the Caribbean, South America, they see that pattern. Darker skinned people at the bottom, lighter skinned people on top. Right? And there's no imagining things. All right? So, but here's where you have to be precise if you want to be credible. All right? And I want you to understand that these patterns exist, but they don't define every person. All right? Shout out to my man, Mark, the freelancer. Why don't y'all give some gifts to some people? Give some gifts to some folks in here, man. Do me a favor, man. Pass out some gifts, some membership gifts. I want some of these new people to start checking out my old videos. But anyway, every country, every community, every person operates differently. All right. And I'm not trying to cast all Latinos in the same bag. You know, people are what they are. People have different opinions, but there are moments, but there are movements within the Latin American that's actively challenging these hierarchies and pushing for Afro-descendant rights and indigenous rights and racial equality. So what does that all mean? It means when you're analyzing race, you can't just look at what people say. You have to look at the systems and what it produces and who's in power and who has wealth and who's visible and who's not visible, because racism at its highest level isn't just about words, it's about outcomes. Now, I'm gonna give you guys a litmus test, okay? I want you to understand this, all right? One of the most revealing ways to understand how many people think about race or whether they're anti-black is to listen to their language closely. See, I'm gonna give you some game, all right? Language is the key to the culture. And once you learn the language, you can unlock the secrets of the culture. Language is key to everything. All my math people, the reason you're good at math is because you understand the language, right? You understand the language of math. You know what the sine, cosine, I don't know none of that shit. But you know sine, you know all that stuff. You're good at math, all right? Anybody, when you master the language, you master the culture, you can master anything. So again, when we're talking about a group of people, the language is the key to the culture. And once you learn the language, you can unlock the key. You can unlock the secrets of the culture. So language is random. It carries history, it carries hierarchy, it carries values over time. The words people use, especially in informal situations, become a kind of shorthand for what's been normalized inside the culture. The language functions like a computer, an operating system. It shapes how people interpret the world, often without them even realizing it. So if you want a litmus test, don't start with what people say they believe. I know you believe in Jesus, but let's listen to you. Start with how they speak when they're unguarded. You know that old saying, a drunk man tells the truth? Because you're unguarded when you're drunk. Your guard come down. They'll tell you exactly who you are if you listen to them when they're drunk, right? When you start hearing the jokes, that's why black folk don't like to hang around white folk all the time, because when they get comfortable and they start drinking that bourbon, them jokes come out and we ready to go, okay? Or when you start seeing things like the descriptors constantly link darker skin or African features with something negative. Devil's food cake versus angel's food cake. Devil food cake is dark or chocolate and brown. Angel's food cake is white. That lets you know who they are. Okay, and do those expressions show up across generations and regions of media? You see, in other words, is it pervasive? And when those patterns repeat over time, it says you're not just dealing with an isolated prejudice. You're looking at ideas that have been circulated and reinforced, in some cases normalized. Now, take, for example, this. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say something there's a word called mayate. Okay, it's a word called mayate. It's the literal origin traces back to the Natal people. All right, which refers to a type of beetle. I think I actually have a picture of this damn beetle. I looked it up. I'm like, that don't look nothing like. Let me let y'all look at this. This is a mayate. Okay, I want y'all to see what this beetle looks like. Okay, y'all hit the #1 button. You learning something? We're gonna go to the nature special right quick. All right, this is a mayate. Okay, can y'all see that? That's what it looks like. It's called a fig eater beetle. It's a scarab beetle, and it's found in Mexico and in the southwest United States. The dark color, you got the metallic green. So it's rooted. So at its root, the word had nothing to do with people. It was simply a name for a bug, and people commonly saw it in their environment. Its literal origins trace back to a term for this dark beetle that you see on the screen, but it's been used as a derogatory comparison towards Black people. Okay, and that kind of linguistic shift is where a physical trait, darkness, gets tied to something dehumanizing. It isn't random. Okay, it reflects on how language can encode associations that go beyond a single person's bias and instead echo older ways of categorizing people. Okay, so in other words, some Mexican or some Spanish-speaking person from Mexico saw that bug, and then the next time they saw a Black person, they start calling them mayate. That's where that came from. That's the root of it. You see, I want you to understand, because that's important. I want you to understand something. Okay, I want you to understand that. Now, run with me on this. By contrast, foundational Black Americans, we are not culturally racist. Okay, we are not culturally racist. And that's evidenced by the fact that we do not have any racial epithets or racial names that our culture or language has created, which would be directed at Hispanic people, do we? We don't have any names that Black people have created that we direct towards Spanish people. They got mayate, you see what I'm saying? And a whole bunch of other ones that I don't want to talk about, but you all know them. You can put them in the chat room. That said, Black Americans have incorporated racial epithets in our language, haven't we? Right? We have incorporated that, some of these derogatory terms in the course of language, against other racial groups. But that does not, they don't originate within the Black American community, but they emerge from a broader historical or governmental context that was later adopted into a wider language. And that distinction matters because it shows how language can travel across groups, like the term wetback. I want all the people in the chat room to say wetback, right? Okay, wetback. We've heard that term before, and people have used that term to disparage racially people of Latino heritage, right? Wetback, just like they like to say the N-word. What you all should do is say, hey, well, can we call y'all wetback since y'all want to say N-word? We want to say wetback, right? Because see, here's the thing about wetback. Wetback is derived from Operation Wetback. Okay, it was a U.S. governmental program carried out in 1954 under President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And its goal was to remove all these Mexicans, all these undocumented Mexicans, and some that were documented, many of them were citizens. And the program led by the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization, that was ICE back in the day, and it involved the large-scale raids and arrests and deportations in Texas and California and all these different places. And they claimed to have sent back 1 million Mexicans. White people call this Operation Wetback. I ain't do it, okay? I'm just telling you what it says, all right? But that's a racial epithet that white folk created and then named the whole operation behind it, okay? That is culturally racist. That is that's white people are racist as hell, okay? They know it, all the white people. Y'all got racist names for each other, all right? But what I'm saying is So they sent back 1 million Mexicans. They just said, all y'all got to go, even if they had paper. People were detained without proper legal process, due process, my butt. In some cases, they had U.S. citizens who were legal residents of Mexican descent. They got deported too. They sent all of them home, not by mistake, but on purpose. And the reports also, they described the poor conditions during the transportation. They was stuffing them on buses. They overcrowded ships. They didn't give them food. They didn't give them nothing. Bunch of unsafe conditions. They sent, again, because of these actions, Operation Wetback has been widely criticized as violating the civil rights and basic human rights. This, even way back then, it's often used as an example of how immigration enforcement could go far too, it get carried, it's going too far, all right? It's with these improper safeguards. And even more popular amongst Black people, we've incorporated other racial terms. Redneck, how many Black people, po white trash, trailer trash, peckerwood, all right? These are not our terms. We are not racially, we are not culturally racist, but we have incorporated these terms, okay? And these are terms that white people have used to describe other white people. This is what the white people did to describe themselves. Hell, redneck originated in the United States in the 1800s and the 1900s. It was used to describe poor white farmers and laborers in the South, because, you know, they'd be out there in the sun all day. And the neck would turn red. So that's they referred to this sunburn got on the back of their necks from working long hours in the fields, and it was first used as by wealthier white people and the elites. That's the way they put them in their place. Okay, that's the way they did that. Hold on 1 minute, you guys. Anyway, so another term that's used is white trash, and that dates back even earlier to the 1800s, and is also used by upper white. So these is rich white people putting down poor white people. You understand what I'm saying? Give me 1 second, you guys. All right. So this is upper middle class white people putting down poor white people. Another one, trailer trash. Now this is one that developed in the 1900s, mid 1900s, referred to poor white people living in mobile homes and trailer parks, and as those communities became associated with poverty and when often mocked and stigmatized against mostly white communities. Peckerwood, which comes from another word. These are not words we came up. It came from woodpecker, and it originated in the 1800s in the southern United States and was used to describe rural white people, with the name implying something noisy or bothersome, because white folk was loud and ghetto back in the day, okay? So anyway, that's where that came from, and you can read books about that. But these are white people making up other names about white people. All right. So you know, that I wanted to say that because I have another round of videos that I want to share with you guys. So we're gonna go ahead and check this next round of videos out. Y'all make sure y'all hit the #1 button, and if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are marching towards that big 100,000, and I need you guys to make sure that you have not subscribed to the channel. You go ahead and do that now. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Take the time to subscribe to the channel right now. Now, let me see if I got some videos that let's see how I want to start this off. Let's go ahead and well, hell, let's start here. Check this out. Hit the #1 button.
Be allowed to say the N-word.
No. Still a no. No. Hell no.
Latinos need to stop saying the N-word. I do not understand why it is that some of you guys cannot understand that. Hi, I am Eve. I talk about politics and I talk about feminism. And in case you haven't noticed, I am a Latina, and I have noticed that multiple people in the Latino community feel a bit too comfortable saying the N-word. And the issue is that when Black people speak up against it. When other Latinos criticize them for saying it, they minimize the voices and they say, well, I want to say it. Why can't I say it? And then...
Well, why can't we say wetback? I mean, if you can say, we can call you wet. I mean, do you want us to say wetback? I mean, that's a very derogatory term. But we don't say it because we know that's painful. You see? But you all want to say the N-word. So, I mean, is that what we're gonna do? We're gonna call y'all? Is that how we're gonna do it? This is how we're gonna conduct ourselves in society. You all are dying to say it. It's so liberating to say it. Black people generally, as I said, we are not culturally racist, so we don't get anything about demeaning anyone else behind their race. You all do. And that's why you're dying to say the N-word, because you want someone to be beneath you. You want Black Americans to be beneath you, but we're not, and we never will be. Not in the United States of America. You can pick on them poor Black people down in South America, but we are rich. We are rich people. We are rich, and we will fight, and we will burn this motherfucker down, if you excuse the language, if you mess with us too much. You better ask them white folks who we are. You better ask about us. All right? So you got a new thing coming. This is not California. This is not LA. There was always a small population of Black people. You are in Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia, Florida. This is where we are. Okay, so you got a whole different thing coming. We will sue you. You will have problems. You will be run out of the state, be run back to El Paso or wherever. All right, but again, if you guys don't like, nobody likes these racial epithets, and it's just disrespectful. So you want to say the N-word, and you can expect that they're going to be Black people who, I can't control all these Black people. You don't know who I know my people. They're going to start calling y'all these mean names, and y'all not going to like it. Okay? You're not going to like it at all. Let's keep listening.
One, they ignore the history of Black people. And two, they end up dividing us as minorities. Anytime I see any Latino or Black creator criticizing Latinos for using the N-word, they often try to justify it by using the same exact excuse as this one. Well, they say the N-word. If it's really that bad, then why do they say it to each other? Then that must.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? You and your brother might have a conversation about your mama because you don't like some of the things that she says. Does that give me permission to come in and say, yeah, your mama ain't shit? Is that okay? Just because you said it? Huh? Is that what you want me to say? I'm just saying, you and your brother or sister have a problem with something going on in the family. And so you around here talking about how scandalous, your mama, what she did. Does that give me the right to come in and say it? If you see two Black people say, oh, N-word, well, you ain't us. You ain't been through what we've been through. You can go, you and your Mexican homeboys and y'all call each other wetbacks. That's what you do. Stop calling each other the N-word. That's what you do. You go ahead and stand next to each other in public and refer to each other as wet. That's what you do instead of using the N-word, because it's a horrible derogatory term. You shouldn't use it at all. All right? Now, again, I think this current generation, y'all messed it up because y'all let folk refer to you as the N-word and you thought it was cool and you open the floodgate. But see, now you're running across different people like, hold on, this is Texas. This is Alabama. This is Mississippi. We don't do that around here. Okay? We take that word personal. Many of the folk down in Mississippi, Alabama, they can still look at the fields and the cane fields and the sugar and the cotton plantations where their great ancestors picked cotton. And that word meant a lot. So, I can't guarantee your safety if you run across the wrong one, but let's keep listening.
That I can say it too. And to that, I will say that those people are extremely dumb and ignorant to the history of Black people. The reason why Black people say the N-word, and you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, is because they're trying to take power back from the enslavers, because that word was used against enslaved African people.
No, they say the N-word because that's what we've been saying since we got here. That was our name. You don't understand that? That was our designation. All right. We were not Black until recently. Colored was a step up. We was N-words for about the first 250 years. We were the N-words. It was a variation thereof. Negra, negress, niglets. Okay. I mean, white folk had all kind of variations of it. Okay. That was our official designation. And we don't like that word. All right, now you got some Black folk who came up from the South during the Great Migration, And they, you know, they reinstituted the use of the N-word because they was fresh off the plantation. But that does not mean we like it. It's just this is what we got to deal with. These are our people. But again, if you all want to use a racial epithet, refer to yourselves as wetbacks. Don't use our word. Go call yourselves wetbacks. When next time y'all get it to pink quinceañera, and somebody's about to pop the piñata and say, "Look at that mayate pop! Look at that wetback pop the piñata." Do that. Use your own damn racial epithets. That's what I'm saying. Because at this point, it's ridiculous. You see, the little stupid girl got fired from a job at HPD. She's ruined. But anyway.
So then, taking that word, reclaiming that word, is a way for them to strip that power away from white people, okay?
Yeah.
So no, if you're a Latino, you can.
And this little girl right here, bless her little heart. I hate it when y'all go and take these African studies class from these black people who aren't even from this country. And they have absolutely no idea what the hell they're talking about. And see this rambling on. This is the problem when you have non-foundational black Americans teaching black history or African studies to non-black people. You have no cultural barrier. You have no goddamn idea about what you're talking about. You just say it sounds, well, they're just trying to reclaim the word. They don't give a damn about reclaiming the word. They saying it because we've been saying it. We never stopped saying it. That's why they're saying it. They're not reclaiming. Don't give a damn. Well, black Americans don't give a damn what white people think. Have you not figured that out? We don't give a damn. We don't want to eat what they eat. We don't want to dance to their music. We don't want to live around them. We damn sure don't want to go to their schools. Those of us who are intelligent don't want to have children with them or be in their family with them. It's just the stupid ones with the low self-esteem. You all have no idea about foundational, but y'all are just reading these dumbass books from these professors up on these East Coast colleges. Most of them are African immigrants or Caribbean immigrants. They know as much as you do about foundational black American culture. If they knew what we knew, their countries wouldn't be shitholes right now, would they? Absolutely not. And this is the problem when you have non-foundational black Americans in leadership and teaching scholarship and writing books about what they have absolutely no idea about. If you want to know why black people call each other the N-word, go find somebody's 85-year-old grandma from Alabama and Mississippi and give her a shot of Ripple or moonshine, and you can hear her let them fly. And it rolls off her mouth just like water off a duck's back. Like she's been saying it for decades. And the kids pick it up. Matter of fact, black folk cuss just like the other black folk that they were around when they were children. And they pick up everything from it. It never stopped. But I'm going to let this little girl finish talking. Go ahead, girl.
Because A, it's not your history. B, you do not go through the same things that enslaved people went through.
I'm sorry. I got to move on. I can't.
And C, it can be seen as anti-black and as a way to
I
be
know,
racist to
baby.
the black
Go on
community.
here.
So no.
Yes. Get on out.
Are you going around?
What happened?
The secretary of Miami-Dade's GOP started a group chat for conservative students. Oh, how did that go? Mm-hmm. Within 3 weeks, it was filled with 400 instances of this, dozens of ways to violently blah, blah, blah. Let's take a look, shall we? Now, blotted out the N-word.
These people have said the N-word 400. So you had a private group chat in Miami of young Republicans. These are a bunch of white, so-called white Latinos, racist as hell, down in Cuba. I said Colombia, down in from Cuba, most of them Cuban, down in Miami. And so they got this racist. First thing they do, why are we on y'all mind so much? That's enough. Why is it that you all are so concerned with what black people do? We are only 13% of the population in the United States. And it's 87% people. You got Indians. Why don't you give the Samoans a hard time? Why don't you harass the Hmong people? Why are you always thinking about what black people are doing? I don't understand that to me. I don't spend no time thinking about what Chinese people are doing, Indian people are doing, none of that. I'm focused on my business. You understand? And you all spend all this time thinking about us and letting the N-word. What is the fixation about? What is this about? Let's keep listening. Let's keep listening.
I got this from Fly Sister over on the Bird app. Let's look at all the ways they fantasized, right? A roadhouse into this, slam dunk into this, volcanoes, this, this, cremate.
Yeah, I can't read all that.
Oh boy.
What to read?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Old. Now, I want to be clear here, because the word Latino is really big. These are Cubans in Miami, Florida. Now, Mexicans in California, or Puerto Ricans, or Dominicans, or Colombians, so forth and so on. These are Cubans in Florida. And Claire did the reporting. And just for the record, the Miami Herald is who the New York Times used to be. They do the best investigative journalism there. Yeah. And there's some of the story. You can screenshot that.
Yeah, he ain't saying that, bro. You ain't saying that. You been
Black American culture, what is it, y'all? Entirely stolen from white people.
Oh my God.
Like I said in another video, Cuban culture is more closely tied to, related to, similar
So now we stole our culture from white people. Go ahead. Let's listen to the little white
to
boy.
African culture and Africa than Black American culture is. You guys are far removed from Africa. Your entire culture is white people culture that you've adopted and made your own, because that's how culture works.
That's not how culture works, baby. Culture is a system by which the people use to get one generation to the next generation. It's about survival. It's your programming. Okay, that's what culture is. Now, we do have our own unique culture, but it's definitely not derived from white people. White people have not been trying to survive being surrounded by a group of people who wanted to eliminate them since they brought us here 400 years ago and before. That's our culture, our food, our music, the way we operate, the way we interact with each other. That is what gave rise. That is our culture. So you don't really even have a working definition of what culture is. You're not even qualified to have this conversation. But, you know, thank you for the talking point. You can go on back and listen to one of those right wingers on the internet.
Well, Miami Cubans have done it again. You know, these people don't care, man. They'll go out of their way to be accepted by the W man and the W class. They are, listen, black people down there have been given reports of those people being so racist. And y'all know that y'all know my family background. I could tell you firsthand that they are super racist, right? They don't like black people. And the thing is, they might be worse than the W man because they're trying their best to be associated with them. So they go out of their way, man, to prove themselves. Like they go real, like super hard in the paint. And, you know,
it's always a scrub on the team that wants to prove the point. You see what I'm saying? And so, you know, the face of white supremacy is now brown. Okay, I guess I should say the new face of white supremacy is brown. And this is something we need to be prepared for, black folks. All right, not that this. I mean, this is the Timu knockoff replacement for white supremacists. These folks don't stand a chance against our culture and what we do in response to race. They just don't know. They think they're dealing with some black folks in South America or Central America who are gonna fold up. They, you know, they think they really. They think they have an understanding. They have not dealt with foundational black Americans. Okay. Hell, our women are stronger than most of their men. Let's keep listening.
So now there's an issue down there where when Charlie Kirk was on Alive, that they created like a post on there in the conservative sector, the Republican conservative sector. They created this post, and on this post now they saying a whole bunch of bad stuff about black people, right? They're talking about black people. They're talking about
Now, Charlie Clerk was unalived by a white man, okay, at a white school, and black folks had nothing to do with it. How do we even get involved in the conversation? I'm just asking for a friend, all right? But nevertheless, let's keep listening.
Everybody. And I mean, it's horrible.
So this is exactly what I mean when I say that black people live rent-free in people's brains, because this is insane. So the Secretary of Miami-Dade County's GOP started a group chat for conservative students. Within just 3 weeks, it was filled with the N-word, Nazi rhetoric, and dozen ways of how to violently kill people who look like me.
Mind you, these people are going to be running for office. These are the young Republicans. These people are going to run for senator and mayor and councilman. They're going to be your school board. This is who these people are. These are college age. This is college age Latinos in Florida who are going to get their degrees and be dispersed all across America with this racist rhetoric. Okay. You all think Nick Fuentes is bad. That boy don't even have a degree, okay? And this is what you're dealing with. And don't believe that this is isolated at all.
Crazy enough, the secretary started this, and his name is Abel Alexander Carvajal, and he's a second-year law student at Florida International University.
A second-year law student. So this knucklehead is going to be a lawyer, a judge, a politician, a senator. You hear that? Now look at this. Look at him. That is not normally the face of racism. When we think racism, we think redneck pickup truck, somebody named Joel, goddamn Johnny Bob or something like that. We don't think of Carvajal, but there you have it.
He started this after Charlie Kirk's death, and which black people had nothing to do with.
Nothing to do with it.
But he started it, and black people starting to get a bunch of hate in these group chats. And not just that, other people who were involved were Ian Valdez, for example. He's the president of FIU's chapter of Turning Point USA. He was also saying a bunch of disgusting and disturbing things. And this is what I mean when I say that we live rent-free. We can literally not be involved with something and somehow we're inserted. And not just that, this just further proves my point that just because people are people of color, it does not mean that they are aligned with us or relate to us, because these people are on the opposite side. They are more aligned with whiteness, and
they want to be aligned with whiteness, but white people don't like them at all. And no matter how much you tell them, they don't.
And white supremacy than they are with trying to come together. And these are brown.
So right now, these are bigots and people who are prejudiced, but they plan to take over the reins of power, and thereafter they will be operating the system. Okay, this is the game plan here. These are the dreamers. Somebody type dreamers. These are the dreamers right here.
People talking about people who look like me, which is absolutely insane. But yeah, that's what happened. We live rent free.
Yeah, just keep on listening now. Y'all still with me? Come on, let's keep on listening. Let's listen more. Here's another one for you. Here, let's check this out. Thought this was interesting.
Ande Mayate, and you didn't know I spoke Spanish. You shouldn't have called me that. And you
Grande Mayate, big beetle. Remember, you learned something? Beetle. That's what Mayate means. So this lady's in a restaurant, and she's in there having food, and I guess the lady didn't know that she spoke Spanish. Let's listen to it.
This lady called me Grande Mayate, and you didn't know I spoke Spanish. You shouldn't have called me that. And you could have apologized, and she did too.
The setting is a restaurant that I just walked into to get something to eat while my 18-year-old took my 5-year-old and 4-year-old to get them ice cream. I simply asked for a to-go menu, and while I was scanning the menu, two of the waitresses started to banter in Spanish and started talking about me in Spanish and referred to me as a Mayate.
See, that's another thing you gotta understand. Remember when I told y'all earlier, you learn a lot about people when they're comfortable? See, a lot of Hispanics, they assume that because a person is black, they're Black American or non-Hispanic. They many of them don't realize that there are black people in Latin America that speak Spanish. And I don't know. I mean, that's just stupid. I mean, it's like, are they that invisible down there that you don't realize that there are black people that speak Spanish, but they don't expect that, and so they get real comfortable. And so if you listen to some of the conversations, it gets real racial because they don't think you understand what they're saying. And so this is what happened in this situation. This lady actually understood what they were saying. Let's keep listening.
Hey, look, if you black and you watching this, do not, I repeat, do not go to senoritas in Long Beach. Racist in Long Beach, the Mexicans out there is hella racist already, so you can't trust them. This is a prime example of what I've been saying. We got to stop giving our money to these people. Not just the Mexicans, but the Asians and whoever else is tripping. This lady went in there to give her hard-earned money to these people, and they called her a mayate. And we all know the word mayate is used as a derogatory term to disrespect black people. Now,
but you've learned here that it actually stands for scarab beetle because, but that's what it stands. I showed you a photograph of it, and that's what it stands for. But they are so, never mind. I'll let him finish, but you give me credit. Give me credit.
my only takeaway from this is that the black woman in this video should have just got on. All you need to do is make a video letting black people know not to come in there because of what they did to you. Don't get in there trying to demand an apology and all that. Fuck all that. Get off in their ass, record, telling people.
Again, these folks are culturally racist. Culturally racist. This is part of their culture. So you're not going to be able to get around that. Let's keep listening.
Not to come and you take your motherfucking business somewhere else. You don't need no apology from that fat, weird shaped body, funky ass.
Okay, sir, you got to watch your language. We're still trying to run a family-friendly broadcast here. So I understand your heated rhetoric. I get it. I understand you're upset, but we don't want Uncle D to get demonetized. So we're going to go ahead and pass, and we'll move on to the next gentleman. I have another video. And, California is the most racist state in America.
This is crazy. And I mean, really crazy. Like, so much so that before I get into it, I just want to say buckle up because even I had a hard time believing this. And I'm a man that puts nothing past California. Now, originally, I had another video scheduled for today that I was actually really excited about until I got this message from one of my followers.
Can you please share my son's story?
And of course I said yes, but here's the thing. I said yes before even watching the video. And when I actually watched it for the first time, I found myself saying,
fair use,
it's no freaking way.
Today is day one. Today my son is home, not because he's sick, but because Emerson Junior High School in Davis, California has failed in its most basic duty in keeping him safe. For the past 2 years, we had dealt with a pattern of negligence and a total lack of action from the administration at Emerson. This isn't just kids being kids. My son has been subjected to racial slurs. He's been assaulted in his own classroom by another child who didn't even attend Emerson. He was even poisoned by another student. This Friday, April 10th, 2026, he was jumped by 2 students while the school recorded and watched. Zero tolerance, huh?
Recent. This is recent, y'all.
100% tolerance for the victimization of my child. 100% tolerance for allowing the police to be weaponized against my son. I'm tired, y'all. I had to deal with this while I was pregnant. I'm exhausted and done waiting for a school that doesn't value my son's life nor safety. The first time should have been enough. When is going to be enough? This outcome has to be different. David.
But that you surrounded by people that are culturally racist, whether you're talking about I mean, it is what it is. This is what happens when they get institutional power. And, we're just looking at the videos now. I hope you all enjoy what we're doing here.
Joint Unified School District. This is day one.
Oh, he got jumped and attacked in the classroom by somebody who don't even attend the school. And if you read one of the messages on there, it says somebody stole his shoes out the locker room. She talking about he didn't got poison. Like, what the hell, LeBron James is going on in California? Like, seriously, Ruby Bridges didn't even go through all of that in 1960s Louisiana. And you know what? I knew it was something seriously wrong when I started talking to people out here. And
the brother said something real powerful. Ruby Bridges, surrounded by racist white people, didn't have to go through what that young black boy had to go through in California, surrounded by Hispanics. You understand what I'm saying? And so now we got this Hispanic girl, Ashley Gonzalez. She's talking about how she hates N-words, and she's a whole police officer in a predominantly black city with a black mayor at the time and a black police chief. You see how bold these folk are? I want y'all to understand what we're dealing with. Somebody type black and brown coalition.
The conversation maneuvered to school Many times they'd reminisce about having race riots and would talk about it like it's normal. And I'm not talking about people in their 50s and 60s. I recently had a woman only 25 years old talk about that. So you mean to tell me y'all was doing that in 2018 and 19? Gen Z having race riots is crazy work. Then when I react to it, right, they act confused. So y'all ain't never do that? Hell no, we ain't never did that. My mama's generation ain't even experienced that. And what's sad is it's like this state done bamboozled everybody. Black folks inside of it believing that everywhere else must be worse or just as bad because, in the South, they just go around hanging black folks all day. Yep, in this modern day. And
I want y'all to check this video out. We've heard a lot of black people talk about their experiences. I want to let this Hispanic gentleman tell you about Mexico. I don't want to just pick on Mexico because it's not just a Mexican thing, but listen to this.
So Mexico is extremely racist. So we have what are like Guatemalans, even to its own Mexicans. So you got to remember, Mexico was dominated by the Spaniards. The only reason I look the way I look is because I'm 65% Spaniard. Mexicans, like real Mexicans, or which is known as Mexica, not Mexico, Mexica, are 5'4", super dark with big noses and the heads pushed back. Aztecs and Mayans.
Like he's talking about the indigenous people who there have to suffer from racism themselves. But let's keep listening to the
Indians. Like Indians. Yes. Well, we're natives, right? So we're blended. So the reality is in Mexico, till this day, if you are not light complected, somewhat tall, you're frowned upon to this day. And by the way, they're very open about it. It's not like it's a secret. It's not like it's a hidden. Yeah. You're short and you're dark, and we don't like you. So the fact that it's so funny to me that Mexicans cry racism when they practice more racism in Mexico than America practices on anybody else.
I mean, this is a Mexican gentleman saying that. I mean, these folk know their own culture. This is them talking about their own culture. Okay, so the overarching question that we're asking ourselves, what happens when Latinos gain power over Black America or over Black America here in the United States? We heard about some Cubans, you heard about some Mexicans. We got some more.
So in this video right here, what you see is the normal activity that goes on in the Dominican Republic. As you see right here, these are the immigration people, the people that come and just pick up people from their job sites, etc. The ones that just stop and harass people to figure out if they Haitian or not. And in this video,
it just so happens that all these dark-skinned young men are actually Dominicans. So the police are harassing them. But they're dark skinned, assuming that they were Haitian.
You see some dark skinned people, like I told you, it's always
a real conversation. Thank you for being the 5th person to contribute to the super chat tonight.
Dark skinned people that pick up. It's either Dominicans or Haitians or whatever that's black. You feel me? That's not yellow. You feel me? They stop them, and then once you guess what happened? Come and find out that they are Dominicans. You feel me? It's always a problem right here. Y'all trying to say that there ain't no problem in the Dominican Republic.
Told me to stop posting lies about Trump because he was only going to go.
Let's listen to some more Latino people talk about Latino people.
This one goes out to the white passing Latina that told me to stop posting lies about Trump because he was only going to go after criminals. What about now? Now that we see that our people are being racially profiled, which I told you was going to happen because I don't base anything that I do off emotions, but off history and facts. And yet y'all are so far up these white people asses. And simply because you are white passing does not mean that the person you love and your children are not going to be targeted. Because when we talk about our people being the targets, I'm not just saying that they're going to come after us in the sense of arrests and detention centers. They're coming after our education, our healthcare, our jobs, our opportunity, but you so desperately want to be like them. And then to say, aren't you proud to be an American? You should be proud of your country, proud of.
So what she's saying is white people are now using systematic racist techniques perfected on Black Americans, by the way, against Latinos. And here's what happened. I want to get in tight. See, you all have proclaimed that you are the #1 minority and you're taking over the country, and all you've done is made yourself a target for these white supremacist racists because they don't like you either. I just want to be absolutely certain with you. But black people are no under misgiving that we understand that they don't like us like that. We just have an understanding. Okay. And black Americans and white Americans have lived in this country for 500 years. And we've coexisted. It's been rough. Lots of rough patches. It's still rough right now. They every about 25, 30 years, they have a flare up. And we're going through that right now. White people are flaring up, showing their nostrils flaming. Okay, they over there putting raisins in their potato salad and eating celery sandwiches, and they are exercising their whiteness. We understand that this is what our culture that you all say we stole from white people and don't have. This is what it's prepared for. This is why we're still here. Okay, now you all are just gonna have to just get used to it, because the truth is, institutionally, you all are not prepared to deal with white folk because you don't have your own institutions. You don't have the churches. You don't have the universities. You don't have the communities. You don't have the streets. You don't have the infrastructure. You don't own the land. You don't have the political clout. You don't. Shout out to Eddie Washington. See, so institutionally, whether you like black people or not, we have learned how to deal with white folk. That's why we have over 100 HBCUs. The minute they stop letting black folks go into their white colleges, we're gonna be like, all right, we're gonna head on down to Southern University, we're gonna head on down to Howard University, we're gonna head on down to Itty Bitty, Mississippi, and we're gonna go down to Jackson State. You understand? So this is what is. So we're going to continue getting education because our ancestors did that for us. Yeah, you might not be able to get it in Harvard, but you know what? They'll let you into graduate school. You can be able to go to medical. If you can now, you can go to medical school at Meharry. And see, this is what our people have done. All right, now I'm gonna let you keep finished.
Of what? Of the genocide that we started? Proud of the fact that if you're an indigenous woman in this country, you have a 1 in 3 chance of getting murdered? Proud of what? That our black community has a high incarceration rate? That our people are dying at the hands of police too? Proud that a lot of women in this country die when given.
I'm gonna correct her. The black community does not have a high incarceration rate. Back in 2006, which is 20 years ago, the black community had a little over 1 million people in jail. Right now, 2 million. Now it's about under 800,000 as far as black men. So the black community that you're speaking of does not have a high incarceration rate. You are actually citing records and opinions from the 90s. The crime rate in the black community is actually down overall. Okay, because black people just aren't doing that. We are rich people now. We have 1.7 millionaires in the United States. We have more black millionaires in the United States than they have in the whole country of Mexico. We have more black millionaires in the United States than they have in the whole continent of Africa. If we were an independent nation on our own, we'd be one of the top 20 nations. I'm talking about black people alone. Okay, so we don't have those. There's some poor black people doing poor black people stuff. But 60% of black people, by the time they meet black men, especially by the time they reach middle age, they're middle class. So it's different. Okay, we different. You citing old stats again. The problem is you all have been, going to those white liberal colleges, being taught by people who have no idea about black culture or what we're doing. I'm just saying that. Let's keep on listening. Hit the number 1 button.
Giving birth when we are supposedly the best country in the world? Absolutely fucking not. What are we proud of here? The only thing that this country is at the top of is mass shootings, incarceration, pedophiles leading the nation. Getting to a point here where you have to admit that you were wrong. And that shows the highest form of emotional intelligence and critical thinking skills. When you get
See, this is a little late. You're asking your people to give up their culture. Racism is part of their culture. That's the problem. Okay? Racism is cultural to them. That is part of their cultural identity. You asking them to do that, asking them to give up, stop looking down on part of how they define themselves is how they're able to look down on other people. So how you think that's not gonna work? You can talk about it, but that's not how it's gonna. That's like we gonna stop white people from being racist. That's not gonna work either. It's part of their culture. All right, and let's keep going.
New information and say, oh, ouch, sorry, I made a mistake. Let me right wrongs. And restorative justice is how can I now be of support? Because you're studying to be a nurse to be of service of people, but you should let people know that the only people you want to be of service for is those that have a physical paper that say that they're from here, those that are white Christian nationalists, and those that really don't give a fuck about human rights. Why don't you let the
Watch your language, lady. You watch those F-bombs. But go ahead.
hospital know that? And I'm worried that you're going to be in there because I know that you're going to discriminate just like they do.
Yeah, because there is such a thing as anti-Black racism in medical treatment. We've seen that before.
You will never.
Again, like I said, these people are going to be police officers, nurses, etc. And, you know, we got to deal with it.
Be one of them. If you like to support my work, you can buy.
Okay, no commercial for you. Let's move on to the next one. Y'all hit the #1 button. Let's get on to the next one. Here's one I found. If you look at this vato, all right?
I'm a what now? You say I'm a what now?
This is in the Dallas area. You got a lot of Africans moving to the Dallas area, and they're moving to the suburbs and, you know, trying to get away from the N-words. And here they are out here. Look at this vato with the beer belly out. And he's got the nerve to call this dude a racial derogatory statement. Let's listen.
Fucking laughing at shit. I'm a what now? You say I'm a what now? Say it. Go ahead and say it now. Now you're on video. Say it. Oh, now you don't want to say it. You don't want to call me a nigga now. He don't want to call me a nigga now. You said listen to the what? He said listen to the Porsche monkey and go. Yeah.
I experienced that in a suburb right outside of Dallas. It's a huge debate right now on whether or not Black.
Look, all my foundational Black American brothers and sisters, come on to the front. Now, I'm looking at this forehead, okay? And to me, it seemed like these baby bangs right here, and this is a serious conversation, but these baby bangs seem to be hiding about 20% of this forehead, okay? That's what it seemed to me. It seemed to me that this brother, who may be of African descent, direct African, possibly Nigerian, is having a run-in with the Black and brown. Now, see, the problem with a lot of, and I'm not saying, brother, I feel sorry for you. I'm just saying, if you get in a situation, you know, with some Mexicans, okay, and them calling you racial epithets, and you're that surprised at it, and you still talking about Black and brown coalition, it means to me, because I understand that a lot of immigrants, they associate their immigrant status with their identity over their Black status. That you've been told to run away from Black Americans. And so you kind of coalesce around this immigrant identity, and now you got your Black and brown immigrant brothers, you know, you're Hispanic, they treat you in this derogatory statement. You don't like us, you know, we're violent and all that stuff. I get it. But I'm saying, bro, I'm not judging. This might be a blood, his family might be from Alabama, Mississippi, I don't know. But the way in which you are shocked that this is how these folk treat you, you don't have the proper response either. I'm not advocating any sort of violent or unlawful thing. I'm saying this is not, I ain't whipping my video camera out, okay?
Black people should be joining in to help the Latin community to fend off everything that they've been experiencing by the hands of the government right now.
No, Black Americans are resting. Somebody type we're resting in the chat room.
ICE raids, the meeting them at their court hearings, schools, so forth and so on, zip tying children. And a lot of Black people feel like y'all are racist, so we gonna stay out of it, which is, it is true. I've experienced it since moving to Dallas, that the Hispanic and the Latin community, a large portion of them do not like Black people.
They're culturally racist. Okay, that's what you need to understand. It's cultural. Okay,
there's no lie about that. That is something that you guys have to tackle and deal with. My wife is biracial. She's half Mexican, and even when we go to predominantly Mexican places, if looks could kill, she'd be dead. The disgust, the disdain, the little comments they make. They can't stand seeing her with a Black dude. They think she's less than because she is with a Black dude. So it is some issues that we need to tackle. 100% proximity to YT does not make you YT. And I wish the Latin community would understand that.
No, you ain't got to teach them nothing, man. That's not your people to teach, man. You can't teach them nothing. I'm just talking to my people. I don't care what they do over there. See, As long as we have money, power, political power, as long as we have our institutions in place, we're going to be fine. Black folk need to refocus on ourselves. All right. And I'm not going to break up this conversation because I want you all to understand that we need to focus on us just like every other group is focusing on themselves. One of the best things we would have done is delineate. So now we can say, well, who's with us and who's not. But let's go ahead and keep listening.
For my people, for us, after they are done with them, Old Reliable is still there as the boogeyman. We have always been the boogeyman. Crime has been our fault. Unemployment has been our fault. Welfare, this, that, and the third.
Yeah, but see, again, Black Americans, real Black, we don't give a damn what white people think or their newspapers or nothing else. That's why we keep dancing, keep going to school, keep enjoying ourselves, keep having our little cookouts, making our music. We don't care what they think. That's all for their entertainment. White people don't live in our brains like that. And Mexicans, Latinos absolutely don't either. Okay, how could we be focused on them so much and still be as productive as we are? You understand what I'm saying? We can't do that. That's not what we do. That's not part of our culture. But anyway, I'm gonna move on to the next video. Y'all hit the #1 button and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I certainly would appreciate you taking the opportunity to subscribe to this channel. Okay, let's move on to the next video and let's check out some more of what folk have to say. Hit the #1 button, family.
Learning about Black intellectuals like Frantz Fanon. One thing that I feel that we need to discuss in the Latino community is the decolonization of how we think and how we understand Latin American history and U.S. history, how that shapes our identity and how we experience the U.S. And one thing that I feel that needs to really be addressed is how we sugarcoat certain terms. How many in the Latino community will deny that racism exists and they'll prop up terms like colorism and anti-Blackness or anti-Indigenous to somehow circumvent not being labeled as racist. Because the reality is that anyone who adopts anti-Indigenous or anti-Blackness or colorist ideas in the Latino community is doing it through racism. And I feel that many Latinos would have a better understanding of decolonial thought if they put their anti-Blackness to the side and listened and read about Black intellectuals like Frantz Fanon. His works of Black Skin, White Mask or The Wretched of the Earth are just a few works to start with. But go ahead and let me know what you think.
What I think is that it's great that they would learn from Black leadership. But the truth is, again, it's cultural racism. It's a toxin. And anybody who's studied chemistry or, toxicology understands that the only way that you can get rid of a toxin is to flush it out. You're not going to educate it out of people. People are not going to leave their strongly held beliefs alone. And again, when you're dealing with a system, when one group has an opportunity to do things and maneuver power in the system that benefits them as opposed to another group which they can exclude, naturally they're going to benefit themselves. And so you can't expect Mexicans, Latinos not to come together and do what's in their own best interest. Black people are the only one to try to include everybody in the group. It was Black people's idea. Yeah, Black and brown. That's Black people always trying to extend olive branches to everybody. That's not what other people do. Other groups look out for themselves. Okay. Let's keep listening to the broadcast. Okay, y'all hit the #1 button, and we're gonna keep on pushing. Let's let's talk about. Well, actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and get this one going too. You guys know the rapper Plies, right?
All my Latino buddies, they was on what I was on. But now that I look at it, it ain't as clear to me no more. And I'm trying to ask y'all, do y'all feel, Latino brothers and sisters, do y'all feel y'all are more in line with Black folk? Or do y'all feel like y'all are now more aligned with Caucasians? And I don't know if y'all feel like y'all more aligned with Caucasians or if y'all inspired to be more like them than y'all do Black folk. I don't know. I'm fine with it either way. I'm just trying to get clarity on it because it's not as clear to me now
Bro, you the only fool in the group. Anybody who grew up in Southern California, I mean, you remember the racial riots? You understand that? This junk, I mean, you know, I don't understand that. I mean, why would you expect a group of people who come from, if you go to Mexico, you see those little figurines where they have the ancient Mama, they have still those ancient Mama type things in some of those places. And the way they treat the black people, indigenous there, he's the only one delusional. Let's keep listening.
Than it used to be. Like I used to think we was in the same fight. But now when I see things, you know, I remember the last election talking to Latino folk, and they, oh no, he gonna, no, he gonna give us money, he gonna, you know. And I was like, God damn, like that's the motherfucker want to get y'all out of here. And the only reason I'm asking, because I need to know who I'm defending. Like, I don't want to be defending no motherfucker who don't even fuck with me, for real. So I'm asking so I know who I should and shouldn't be defending. So if y'all can just help me understand y'all thought process.
Why would they be honest with you about their deepest held thoughts? Why would you sound like an idiot asking these people to be honest about being big? It's only some of them that will. Most folk are going to deny. Why would they do that? Why would they reveal that to you? And they're being racist. Their racism is directed towards you. I don't understand. Why be so naive? Get on the internet and ask that. Maybe, hopefully, you already know the answer to the question, and you're simply just, I don't know, doing it. This is purely performative. Let's keep pushing. Y'all hit the number 1 button. We'll listen to some more. Check this out. Now, this is something I found interesting. This is now what you see happening. This is in Chicago. This is where a bunch of young Hispanic people have taken over a city crowd, a city street, and they took it upon themselves to begin to attack a black woman in her car in Chicago. All right. And so you can see how it turns out.
They've been back to living already. Ooh, what's she? Hey, shit! What the fuck is wrong with you?
So the sister's blocked off. She can't drive through. She doesn't want to drive over anybody and hurt anybody. So she getting out of the car trying to get them away from the car. They didn't pop the trunk. And it gets worse. Y'all hit the number 1 button. Look at that. Look at that. They done set this black woman's car on fire. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what happened when these folk get numbers, right? This is what's going on in Chicago. This is very recent. Look it up. Look at that. Police coming in cattle. But we're the violent ones, right? Where all the Latinos at? What do y'all have to say about this? Where you Latino folks at who call me racist? I'm just supposed to ignore this? I'm just asking. Just let me know. So they set this black woman's car on fire, and we just supposed to I'm asking, where y'all at? I see you in the chat room. Let me know. How should I respond to this as a black American man? I'm seeing this foundational black American woman with a trunk full of baby clothes, and you got these Hispanics who's chopped off, blocked up the street to do whatever, these youngsters, and but we're the problem. What's your response to this? Where y'all at? You've been talking a lot in the chat room. I just want to know. And so when I tell you all that these folks are culturally racist, and when they get their numbers up, that's when they really start showing their whole, complete, and entire ass, which is the same thing they did in California, because it was all good back in the 80s when they were coming up from El Salvador and Honduras, and they had the little ESL classes and biracial classes and whatnot. You had the Hispanic teacher and the teacher's aide on one side. It was all good. We played together, played football together. It was all good. But then when they start getting the numbers up, this is what I see. I see Cubans down in Miami who are members of the Young Republicans saying racist shit about Black Americans. I see Mexicans calling Black people N-word in Dallas. I see Mexicans and Latinos and in high schools in California attacking and beating up little Black boys. I see, a racist, did you all need to see that again? Maybe we need to see this. I see a racist HPD officer named Ashley Gonzalez, and she just rolled out the epithets. Let's let you tell me what I'm supposed to do.
No homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud. Yeah. Like goddamn nigga. Like oh my god. I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps, nigga. Like I kid you not. I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking nigger. And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped. Yeah. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, damn bitch, te pasaste, because I called him a fucking nigger, dog. Like imagine how many fucking downtown chiefs were there. They could have beaten my ass. And then he like stops like, you did not just call me a fucking nigger. I was like, you're a nigger. I was like, oh my god, like you're a fucking nigger and I called you a nigger. Like world peace, bitch. But I got so much off of my chest just by saying nigger out loud. Like it felt really good, guys. Like
to all the Latinos that I want to understand, how are we as foundational Black Americans who've dealt with hundreds of years of open racism and bigotry, how are we supposed to take that? I just want to understand that. Maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard, but it seemed to me like she rolled off the N-word. Every third word was the N-word. Let me know. You all let me know. But until you all can come up with an adequate, I guess, explanation, I'll continue forth moving forward with my broadcast. Y'all let me know. And you wonder why Black people who didn't vote for Trump
papers
are now, in support of some of this activity we see.
United States.
Have my ID, driver's license.
Okay, but you have any type of paperwork identifying yourself in the United States?
That's what I have.
Right. So they done the error, señor.
I'm from Guatemala.
You're from Guatemala.
Yes.
Tiene papeles to be in Estados Unidos, ¿sí o no?
Yes, that's what I have.
What type of papeles, señor?
I have my driver's license and my ID.
Sí, legal.
That's what I have.
¿Cómo se? Vamos, let's go. Step up. No, step up.
Come on.
No, señor. Vamos. Vamos. Vamos, step up. No,
can
vamos.
I pull out?
No, vamos, señor. Get up. Vamos, señor. Sí, legal, sí.
What about my...
And so you all want us to feel sorry for this gentleman who's from Guatemala. But then we see what happens when you get your numbers up. I'm just asking. You let me know. Maybe I missed something. I know you all say, oh, he's racist because I'm bringing up your racism and I'm showing you what you don't want people to see. Okay, let's let we supposed to feel so. Somebody type Black and Brown Coalition in the chat room.
My wallet.
Now we have this man under arrest. How long have you been in the United States for? ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva aquí en los Estados Unidos?
About...
Hello? We got one arrest. Y'all following the van?
I ready to not speak.
¿Qué está pensando en este momento?
My glasses. About my glasses.
That's what worries you most?
Yes. Because I wear contact glasses.
Are you worried about being deported now?
I right to remain silent.
You do have the right to remain silent.
You're here illegally right now, right?
I have a driver's license.
No, ID. Right, but the driver's license doesn't give you any status here in the United States.
So he did have a driver's license, however, that does not give you legal status here inside the United States.
These white folks are on y'all ass too. I just want you to know these white folks that y'all keep running up behind, they relish in your pain. All the crying and whatnot you doing. You all don't know white folks well enough. they're enjoying watching you suffer.
States. So why did you detain him, and why did you make the arrest on him? Because you were asking for his papers. He said I had my ID, driver license. What is that? What does that mean?
So he became targeted. We was doing research in regards to our databases, targeted information. So we had ran across Abraham. He was driving a vehicle. So we did our checks. In regards to our checks, we found out that he was legal in the country. We ran our databases. He had certain benefits going on, but that didn't preclude him from removal.
Even if you do have a driver license, that does not make you legal here?
No, not at all. So my approach, I approached the driver door. I wanted to see if he was going to admit to him being illegally here in the country. So I asked him if he had any type of paperwork in the country. He provided me.
And so we supposed to be against this after all of this. We're supposed to be upset that they're sending you home, right? And you all are doing all these horrible things and making all these horrible statements about black people, and y'all have posseed up and got together and taken over systems and being as racist as heck to black people. That's you want us to feel sorry for you?
A state license, and that state license does not allow him to have legal status inside the United States.
No diga nada. Él sabe todo. Can you get his stuff? Can you get his stuff?
Yeah, where's his wallet? Do you have his wallet? You have his wallet? Yeah. No, my wallet, no. You don't want it to bring it with you? You want him to have it? Or you want him to have it?
¿Quieres su teléfono o no? No quiere nada.
Fine.
Do you know where they're going to take him?
Yeah, he's going to the ice building. He'll call you guys in an hour.
Okay.
He'll make sure to call you, okay? All right.
Don't get up and fight
If you want him to keep his phone, he can keep his phone.
Si quiere quedar con su teléfono, lo puede quedar con su teléfono. ¿Lo quieres? ¿Quieres su teléfono? Okay, sí.
Vote for Mr. Trump. Deporting the criminals is a great policy. These foundations are poured, ready to go, and we can't even start the construction on them.
What happened?
But we voted for the American dream, and unfortunately, right now, we're not seeing that.
For months, federal agents have been sweeping up workers at construction sites in South Texas.
ICE has raided us anywhere between 10 to 15 times throughout different subdivisions.
Now,
so this is the contractor here in Texas, and they can't get their jobs done because the ICE keep rolling up, taking the workers away. Okay, this is what you voted for. Let's keep listening.
Work sites across the Rio Grande Valley have ground to a halt. And that's got some Trump supporters in this midterm battleground changing their minds.
These people would just show up to our job sites with no warrant.
I want to take this opportunity to say thank you, Camille. I appreciate the super chat. I'm going to read all of them later. Shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chat. But let's keep on learning now. I don't want y'all to miss this lesson. Okay?
Taking all our workers, even the workers with proper documentation.
Many who work in the construction industry here told us they
even the workers with proper documentation, taking them too.
largely rely on immigrant workers, some of whom are undocumented. DHS did not respond to the Times request for comment. But in a previous statement, it said these raids protect the nation's workforce.
I've supported Mr. Trump in every election that he's been a part of. We just never thought that this would come and affect us in the construction industry, but most importantly, affect our economy here in South Texas.
We are seeing a reduction of almost 60% of our volume on the residential side of our business. We applied for bankruptcy in December.
We saw a drop in sales of about $5.3 million. For 40 years, we had never laid anybody off, and until this happened, we were forced to.
And beyond construction, local businesses say fear is keeping shoppers at home.
And there's been a lot of loss of sales because of that.
Scared to even come outside. Shout out to Jerome Payne.
Killed us this year.
Construction is one of the main pillars to the economy here. Everybody's hurting.
In the Rio Grande Valley, two of President Trump's top priorities, the economy and mass deportation, are colliding as ICE raids upend the construction industry.
Let's keep on pushing and looking.
And at a parade along the U.S.-Mexico border, Democrats are trying to capitalize on voters' frustration.
The economic implications are huge. People who voted for Trump are no longer doing it because they can't afford to do it anymore.
A couple years ago, people have short memories. Listen to this. Remember this. Yeah, remember that. Oh, Donald Trump. This is what you voted for. Oh no.
It's been happening
Oh
frequently
no.
at the 333 Miami
Oh no,
Avenue
that's the
Federal
same
Court
lady.
building.
Oh no.
Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
Out of here.
That's unfair.
Yeah, but y'all racist though. So are we really supposed to feel sorry for your little sad face? Shout out to Big. Y'all very racist. This is Cuba. This is Miami. So you understand what I'm saying? The same children that you all raised and said all them N-words in the little group chat, those are your children and the people products of your community. So should we really be, as foundational Black America, should we really be sad that y'all are being deported? I'm just asking. More important, should we really get off the bench? Somebody type, we are resting in the chat room. Should we really get off the bench? Huh? Should we really, for you all, do I need to play with the young Republicans at FIU, Florida International University? 400 times these people called us the N-word in the group chat after Charlie Kirk got unalived, which something we didn't have anything to do with. Should we really be sad?
This is unfair. I'm so sorry. I can't talk enough. Let me ask I don't know how I'm going to say that to my mom. My mom has a hard time. Judelka Mejia cannot believe she's going back home without her nephew, 29-year-old Yasael Almonte Mejia. Like many other immigrants, when their case is dismissed, they are detained at the hallway.
Detained at the hallway. And are we supposed to be sad? I guess that's the question. I got another one for y'all. Because maybe y'all forgot it. She wasn't the only one.
Vote for Mr. Trump! We vote for Mr. Trump! Yes!
Good to know, baby. Go ahead.
We love you! We love you! All the way to the White House!
Beyond betray. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented people.
So what you telling me is that you didn't know that white people lied? Is that what you telling us? You didn't know white people lied to you? I mean, they lied. You know, that's what they do. They be lying. Shout out to Big Kahuna. They lied to you again. Okay.
I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump.
I think that's what you voted for. Why would we feel sorry for you? This is the outcome that you asked for, right? This is what you petitioned for. This is what you voted for. But you know, the thing is, it's a lot of Latinos that recognize that this was not a smart idea. Okay. You know, we should have listened to the Black people, you know, and I mean, that's good. That's good. A little too late now, in my opinion. I think you all are in the crosshairs of these white supremacists, and no matter what you say, they're still not going to like you. Let's look at another one. I don't know if we've seen all the videos. But
remember Los Tres de La Habana, that infamous Cuban MAGA musical trio that created the infamous song.
Oh my God. That's a dope beat.
Yeah.
I like that
infamous
beat.
classic song, right? You would think that this little musical trio would, you know, smarten up after seeing everything Donald Trump has done to the Latino community and to the Cuban community in particular in the last year and some change, right? You know, go all the way to the Supreme Court to make sure that Cubans no longer have humanitarian parole, that they're deported to third countries. So many different things he's done against.
You know, they sending the Cubans to Africa now. They got some Cubans going to Angola. Ooh, it's hot. That's where a lot of us came from. Angola's hot. Y'all going to Angola? Ooh, they got a prison in Louisiana named Angola. It's so bad. They sending the Cubans. They sending Latinos. I mean, y'all anti-Black. Africa is not the place to be anti-Black. I'm just going to point, where all the Africans at? I know we got some Africans. It's not your night tonight. I'm going to catch y'all tomorrow. I got something for y'all tomorrow. But they are sending Yeah, say you're not ready for that, Poppy. You're not ready for Angola, Poppy. They got all kind of bacteria. You can't eat the street food. Ooh, they're gonna have all kind of diarrhea going over there. You're gonna be, and the food is hot. They got real. Have you all ever had? I had some fish at a Nigerian restaurant. I mean, it cleansed me whole. It cleansed me out. My forehead was sweating. I'm like, Lord, I had to get up out of there, man. Your lips get hot and burning. Boy, it's gonna be hard over there, baby. It's gonna be hard over. Ain't no nacho night in Angola. Okay, I mean the real Angola. You are going to Africa, Angola. They have one-way ticket to Angola. You in an Angolian jail. Okay, you in there with the Houthis and the Fulanis, and it's you gonna get that work. Let's let them finish.
Cuban immigrants in particular. Let's not even mention Latinos in general, right? But no, you would be completely wrong. If anything, these clowns have doubled down on their ignorance, their stupidity, their undying and unwavering support for their papitron, right? And I say that because yesterday I saw a video on X that was posted where they were performing at a restaurant here in Miami, Florida.
They were still there.
And they were singing a version of this same song in Spanish, saying, Por eso voté por Donald Trump, in Spanish. Translated in English, that means, that's why I voted for Donald Trump.
They're proud of their vote. So you got some Latinos are still happy to see these other Latinos being deported. I mean, that's a lack of unity, if I've ever heard. Okay.
Look at the video.
Let's keep listening. They're proud of it.
Bro.
If you like it, I love it. If y'all still happy with what's happened, why should we get upset with that? Hey, who's coming?
Imagine that. Yeah. They're saying, Por eso voté por Donald Trump. They voted for high gas prices due to unnecessary war. They voted for a collapsing economy. They voted for our people to be harassed, racially profiled, beaten in the streets of the U.S., dying in immigration detention centers, right? They voted for a lack of due process. They voted for a collapsing democracy as well, right? Listen, I used to make a lot of content in Spanish on TikTok, right? And it would be mostly covering this. Displays of Cubans for MAGA, Venezuelans for MAGA, Nicaraguans for MAGA, all that here in Miami, Florida. And something that I still believe to this day, that I would always say in those videos, is the fact that unfortunately, we see this kind of behavior here in Miami, Florida, because, for example, many Cubans for Trump.
Now, I don't want to interrupt the broadcast, but I got somebody that wanted to come in. I guess I'm too goddamn loud. You all who've been here for a minute, y'all know who this is. Everybody give a shout out to you know who. I guess I'm too loud. It's time for him to take his ass to sleep. And he came over here and stared me down. Okay. Now, Buddy, for you all who are hearing, who are visually impaired, Buddy is a pussycat. Okay, he's a pussy. So moving forward, if I say the word pussy, I'm referring to Buddy the pussycat. Okay, Buddy, say hi to everybody. Get your big ass off this goddamn microphone. I'm trying to sleep. Buddy, you know I got to catch them lizards in the morning. Okay, Buddy has missed no meals. Buddy's big as hell. I want y'all to see just how husky Buddy's big ass is. Look at Buddy. Look at Buddy. Look at that belly. Damn belly. I put a tracker on his ass so I can find him. I'm going to put a camera on him. See what the hell he's doing. But shout out to Buddy. Buddy, thank you, Buddy. Buddy, I'm going to see you later. Okay, let me get back to talk. Say goodbye to all these people. Okay, say goodbye. Handsome cat. Get your big ass on. Put Buddy down. We'll get back to this important broadcast, but Buddy takes precedent. That's Buddy. Shout out to Buddy. Buddy's tired. Okay, Buddy ready to go to sleep. Somebody type orange cat.
Venezuelans for Trump, Nicaraguans for Trump, come from countries with dictatorships. And the reason those dictatorships have lasted so long is because of this lingering mentality of wanting a strong man, yearning for a dictator, and then voting for it here in the United States.
They wanted to be white. That's what they want. They wanted to align themselves with white folks, thinking that would get them one step closer to the whiteness, and it didn't. Now, again, let's look at some more people who are talking to other Latinos.
Trump just got their happy ending. This is Mario Guevara, a news reporter based out of the Atlanta area who is very pro-ICE and very pro-MAGA. And like most Latinos for Trump, he really thought he was white. He thought they would accept him. He thought he was part of their little group. But to Mario's surprise, he recently found out that he's not that white. Mario is currently in his native country of El Salvador, because he got deported. But it doesn't end there for Mario. He actually got the Latino for Trump special. Not only was he recently deported to El Salvador, but he was also held in an ICE detention center for 100 days. But not only that, he was also held in solitary confinement. He really thought he got the MAGA pass, but instead he got the Latino for Trump special. Now, after being deported to El Salvador,
you got Latinos clowning other Latinos about voting for Trump, but
Mario released this statement, and what's insane to me is that he is still bootlicking. He still thinks he's white. He still thinks that MAGA loves him. He's
gonna come back once we reelect another Democrat. He's gonna walk back up here. They're gonna open up the border. As soon as we elect another Democrat, they're gonna open the borders up and they all gonna come back. I just want y'all to keep that in mind.
Thinks that he's part of their special little group. But regardless, I love happy endings like this. Karma is a beautiful thing, and karma does not discriminate. But anyways, let me know what you guys think.
But yeah, you all got enemies in your own community. You see what I mean? You all got enemies in your own community that don't give a damn about y'all. Now, the funny thing is, it's just, to me,
Latinos on this app, like Latinos for Trump. And obviously, they think they're white. They try to cater to white Republicans. They're desperate for acceptance, which, they'll never get. And I find it very interesting because never once have I seen a white Republican, repost their videos or share their videos or like their videos or leave a comment saying that they support them. Never. If you go to their comment section, all you're gonna see is other self-hating Latinos. It's like a little circle jerk of self-hate. They're so desperate for acceptance that they seek validation within themselves. If you don't believe me, go to any of their videos and just go look at the comments. And I'll take it even a step further. You guys remember Tortas Manantial, that Mexican restaurant in Phoenix that came out saying that they were MAGA and now they're going bankrupt? I have not seen a single white Republican or a MAGA content creator come out and say, you know what, let's go support Tortas Manantial, let's go take them out of bankruptcy. Not one. Tortas Manantial is pro-MAGA, but MAGA is not pro-Tortas Manantial. I just find it very interesting how the people that they're so desperate to be accepted by do not care about them at all. It's such a bizarre inferiority complex, almost like Stockholm Syndrome. But there you have it, guys. I have not seen a single white Republican. See,
the difference between Black Americans and all these other racial groups is we never wanted to be white. See, all these other people, we forced white America to accept us as Black people. We never tried to, as a group, identify as white. We didn't want to be reclassified as white. Latinos literally fought. Their civil rights fight in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s was to be reclassified as white. We fought to be accepted for who we are and get the rights that we're supposed to. And the thing a lot of folks don't realize, it wasn't that we wanted to sit up next to white people. It was the fact that we were paying taxes and they would take our tax dollars from our community and our taxpayers and take that money and use that money to fund the white schools. They would literally take our tax dollars, and we got a Black school over here, they got a white school over here. They would take our tax dollars along with the white schools' tax dollars, and they would fund and give all the money to the white schools. So we was like, oh, hell no, you need to redistribute this evenly. At least put our money that we spend in the taxes to pool taxes over in ours. They said, no, we're not going to do that. They said, okay, well, we're going to move. We're going to go live next to y'all then. We're going to go sit over here. You don't want to put fire stations and fire trucks and amenities in our community. We're going to force the government to make to allow us to live next to you pursuant to the Equal Rights Clause. And they said, no, you won't. And they fought like hell. But all of this was about them taking our money. And see, a lot of people a lot of people don't realize that that's what the civil rights movement was about. It was about money. White folks is taking
have to remind Mexican Americans to stop joining the U.S. military. If you haven't seen the news, ICE agents are now scheduled to be at Marine graduation ceremonies. Now, why on earth would ICE be at Marine graduation ceremonies? Well, they are going to be there to check the status of your family members, many of whom you joined the military for. I mean, seriously, have we learned nothing from Vanessa Guillen? Have we learned nothing from all of the deported veterans throughout the years? I mean, even this month, this Mexican-American woman, Jessica Martinez, is currently stationed in Iran terrorizing brown people. And when she's out there doing all of that, her dad got rounded up and deported by ICE. Seriously.
Now, La Senora Chamanik, why would you say I hate you? Because look at this racist shit that you all are the ones that are anti-black. Why would you say I hate you? That's harsh, because I'm bringing up the fact that this racist stuff you're doing, you know y'all racist. La Senora, you want to come in? Let me know if you want to come in. I love to talk to you. You look hot with your little tight red leather suit and your black boots on. I don't hate anybody. I'm just observant. What would you have me do? Let me bring this back up. You say I hate you. You say you think black people hate you. I want you to tell me what's more hateful. You let me know. You tell me. This is HPD office.
Times that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my God, I fuck.
Now, does that sound like I hate? I mean, who sounds like they hate who? Now, this is Ashley Gonzalez, La Senora Chamanik. This is Ashley Gonzalez. She's a former HPD officer. And did you hear what she said? And you saying I hate you. You saying black people hate you. Tell me who hates who.
I fucking hate chimps. Like I hate y'all. Like you. Like I don't fucking. Oh.
Chimps. She says she hates chimps, La Senora. Okay, who hates who, La Senora? I want you to tell me. Am I just supposed to ignore this? And I'm not supposed to share this with the thousands of people who watch my video? Am I just supposed to let my foundational black American brothers and sisters just not know what's going on? This is what I do. This is why I have almost 100,000 subscribers, because I'm honest with people. I don't hate anybody, but I'm also not stupid. I know what's going to happen when you all get institutional power, when you take over schools and jurisdictions and cities and states and Congress. You're going to project your anti-black hateness, anti-black racism towards my people. Now, I might not be around, because Uncle D is getting up there in age. Okay, but I hope to have children and grandchildren, and I want these black people to know what you all do. So I'm going to let you finish listening to this, La Senora.
We were slaves this entire. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like for a fucking reason, you guys were fucking slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to fucking steal. Like, oh my fucking God, nigga.
This is the reason why you all were slaves. You all don't know nothing better than steal. Now, I do know a little Spanish. I don't know a lot. Now, you're a La Senora, and this young lady would be a señorita. What that means is you're an older Hispanic woman, and she's a younger Hispanic woman. Who did she learn this language from? La Senora Chamanik. She clearly didn't invent it on her own, calling black folks chimps. She learned that from a señora. She probably learned it from an abuela or a tío or a tia. So she grew up in a household just like yours, hearing this rhetoric, this anti-black rhetoric, this hateful rhetoric, okay? And she now has taken this off into the community. And I'm sure there are millions of other Latinos just like her. So when you bring up the question, because this is like your fourth or fifth statement to me, you want my attention, now you get it. So it's your fault that you have these anti-black, racist, Latino young people who are out there, because y'all didn't kill that shit when you should have. This is America. We're civilized. And on top of that, we will put a boot in your ass for trying to be racist towards us. See, this is not California. It's not LA. We're not isolated. All of us are right here. And you should ask them white, but you need to ask them white folks who we are. We are notorious for tearing shit up when we can't get justice. So you can keep playing this game if you want to about who's racist, who's not. And I'm going to get on back to my broadcast, and you go have yourself a whole stadium full of seats. But let's continue. Hit the number one.
I will never understand why so many Mexican Americans want to fight for a country that hates them. There is nothing noble or honorable about joining the U.S. military. Trust me, papers are not worth your...
Now, I do believe in joining the U.S. military if you are American citizens. Shout out to all the patriots. But again, you got to understand, these folk are immigrants. They always feel like they have somewhere else to go. And many of them grew up in households where they actually hate America. They blame America for taking their land. They think they're coming back to America to take their land back. They feel like America's done them wrong. Black Americans have always been patriotic. We've always been the most patriotic group of people, even when we were second-class citizens. We fought. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all keep that in mind. And shout out to all the military servicemen, all the Black folks who served in the military. My grandparents, uncles, all of them served in Vietnam and all these different wars. And so, you know, I have a strong, both of my brothers are Marines. So, you know, I have a strong tie to the military, and I support the U.S. military. But let's move on to the next broadcast, because I want to start trying to go ahead and get into the lesson. I hope it hasn't lasted too long. I hope you all are not bored with what I'm doing here. I'm trying to do the best I can to keep it pushing, but you know, it's a tough subject. It's a tough subject, and I need to make sure we do what we have to do to get this thing up and through. Let's listen to another sister. She has a few things to say.
The United States had enough labor to build this country before slavery ended. And as soon as slavery ended and black people said, I'm not working for free no more, they invited all these immigrants over here. They didn't have no problem with paying the immigrants. They weren't going to pay us. They knocked us out of everything they had going on. They said, y'all niggas go do that over there. And we did, because the Great Depression for white folks was the Harlem Renaissance for black folks. So then the Democrats hatched up this evil plan to bring immigrants over here that got the same skin color and hair texture as us. They brought Africans and Caribbeans over here specifically to dismantle the black neighborhood. And they did their job even better than the government expected. So y'all brought these immigrants here specifically so y'all wouldn't have to pay black people fairly for their labor. They had no problem with these immigrants running rampant through our communities. Redlined us to the point where we couldn't even open businesses in our own communities, but they could. And now y'all can't get them out.
Can't get them out.
In the nicest way possible. They don't care if you're legal. They're still going to fucking deport you.
Pretty much.
They don't care. If you are legal, they're still going to fucking try to fucking deport you.
Yeah, they are.
Are you fucking kidding me? I grew up in a white fucking family, and even I'm not this fucking whitewash, bro. What the hell is your problem?
They grew up in a white family. He's not even this whitewash. This is how they feel. Let's keep listening. And we are going to try to get to where we need to get to, but you guys hit the number one.
Listen, Mexicans think that they're white or white people like them. I mean, they talk shit about y'all too. And they deporting y'all. I don't see a bunch of black people getting deported. Mexicans in this country can't even be themselves. They gotta be European or African.
Yeah, they gotta be something else. That's what they gotta do. Let's keep on listening to these folk, and you know, just in case you think they don't like the outcome, listen to this, okay?
You'll no longer be able to register your vehicle in the state of Texas.
I'm sorry, am I supposed to get a tissue for this? Hold on, let me look for one, okay? Because I guess I'm late to the party or something.
Late to the party.
Let's talk about it. Texas passed a law, or is passing a law, that goes into effect tomorrow, Thursday, March 5th. Basically saying that you have to have a real ID, citizenship, or residency to register a vehicle in the state of Texas. So if someone comes in to buy a vehicle using their I-10 number or a passport from a different country, we are no longer allowed to accept that to register the vehicle.
She said it herself. They're illegal. Are we just supposed to hand them out like candy now?
They don't. The baby girl. White folks think all of y'all are illegal. Have you ever heard the phrase "walking while black"? Our mere existence, as far as they're concerned, we understand that. We driving while black, looking at a cell phone while black, playing with a toy gun in the parking lot while black, hell, walking down the street with a hoodie on while black. We understand that our mere presence in this country is illegal. I don't think you register. You just think, baby, they don't like you either. And I don't know why Latinos haven't figured that out. Did I not educate you all about Operation Wetback a few hours ago when I first started this broadcast? They don't like none of y'all, but I'm gonna let you keep listening.
Americana, la americana.
Now this is look at the racism here.
No estoy siendo racista como tu mamá o tu.
So it's not just the white Latinos that are racist; it's the brown ones. It's racist. They're racist to each other.
Sí, pensé que los racistas eran los americanos. Que la se va a llevar.
Why is it always the darkest Mexicans that are the most racist and the ones that think they're white? Now this...
I want you to hear that. It's not just the white Mexicans. It's not just the European Mexicans. It's the brown Mexicans that are racist too. Think about that. Just think about how racist that is. That's like somebody that's black as hell calling you black and they both black. That's what the whole saying, the pot called and the kettle black, came up.
This allegedly happened in Houston, Texas to this woman. Apparently she was just driving, minding her own business when these two ladies pulled up and started berating her. And according to sources, the girl in the video has now been identified as Jessica Moreno. But here's where it gets interesting. The other woman in the video, who many assumed was Jessica's mom, is actually her aunt. But here's the kicker. It is being said that she is actually undocumented.
Undocumented being racist. I mean, somebody could call ICE on you. Shut up to intricately tangled.
And she has been pleading for this video to be taken down. People need to understand that your digital footprint is real and the internet is forever. It's always weird seeing brown people resort to this type of racism, but I digress. But anyways, let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, I think that you all are really showing your whole complete and entire ass. I got another video. I've been saving this one. I want you to hear what this cat got to say because I find it mighty interesting. Hit the number 1 button if you guys can hear clearly. Go ahead.
Between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized. When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim. They use propaganda to make you feel guilty for punishing criminals. The sooner the black community stops defending criminals, the sooner they can move forward and prosper.
So this is how they feel. But look at this white supremacy. Would y'all like me to address that? You notice how I didn't interrupt him. Aren't you all proud of me? Are you all proud of me for not interrupting? I could have interrupted, but I didn't. I reserved my comments for afterwards. So here's the thing. When he says that the black, I'm gonna let you listen to. We'll go play by play. Let's listen.
And one massive difference between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized.
You mean like Pablo Escobar and the billions of dollars that he earned from selling cocaine and all the people he murdered? Is that what you mean? People like that? Or maybe, I don't know, Mexican drug cartels? Is that what you're talking about? Are they ostracized? Seems to me like they're part of the government. But I'm going to let you finish, sir. Go ahead.
When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim.
Because oftentimes, and you don't know this history because you're obviously not learned about American history, but black people have been accused of crimes. Spitting on the sidewalk was a crime. Reckless eyeballing. In other words, looking at a white man in the eye or looking at a white woman or speaking to a white person was committed a crime. So, of course, when you have over criminalization, when you have so many laws that are targeted at you, at some point, it's like, man, we're not just going to throw other black people on the bus because the white folks say we committed a crime. You see, there was a whole system called the convict leasing game where they would just literally make up laws, spitting on the sidewalk, vagrancy, and they would put black men and women in jail for decades. And the whole point of doing that is because they wanted to use us for cheap labor. So out of that culture, black folk don't necessarily just throw each other under the bus because the white man has said we allegedly committed a crime. Now, if there are crimes, trust me, black folks are hardcore when it comes to things that we consistently tell folk how we feel about them. We do that on a regular. As a matter of fact, it's a lot of black folk turn their own people in for committing crimes. And since you want to talk about ostracizing criminal activity and who does it and who doesn't, let's go ahead and look at this video. I want to share this with you.
Cartels control the corruption and that they bribe Mexican government officials, and these Mexican government officials like beholden to the cartels and they do the cartels bidding. But if you read that story, it's like, the question is not who really controlled who, because what happened was,
so the gentleman's premise is that other groups, in other words, his group, I'm assuming, don't embrace criminality. They ostracize the criminality. And what this gentleman is saying is that not only in Mexico do they not ostracize the criminality, but the government supports the criminality. You understand what I'm saying? The government literally, we thought it was the cartel calling the shots. Apparently it's the government calling. That's what this gentleman, not me. I'm not saying it. Let's listen.
It was one day said, you know what? I'm done with BLO. Even though you guys have paid me $1 million, I'm done. I don't want to do you anymore. He sent the Mexican special forces after him. When the Mexican special forces went in the raid, and this is a very famous video because this is where the minigun, the Black Hawk firing the minigun. It looks like he surrendered. He goes to the Mexican special forces. He says, hey, I'm Cienfuegos' guy. I'm his guy. What are you doing? Why are you going after me? And the Mexican special forces said, cool, and shot him and executed him. And what that shows to you is who really controls who in that aspect. And I think that's not a conversation we're having, which is a lot of times the Mexican government is the corrupt official that tells the cartel, you will pay me a portion of your profit, and if you don't, I'm going to send the military after you to kill you, and I'll go with your rival. I think it's always safe.
So basically, this gentleman is saying that it seems that it's not that not only do this particular group, the Latinos in Mexico, embrace the corruption, but the government embraces the corruption. I mean,
GAY dudes. So the cartels have now made a team of GAY dudes that will come in.
You hear what he's saying? The GAYs. The cartels have weaponized the GAYs. Let's hear what the GAYs are doing.
And torture you whenever you don't want to talk. They come in, they get one in the front, one in the back, and they start going to pound town on your shit, bro. Just
the Mexican drug cartel has weaponized GAYs, and when they want something from you, they torture you, one in the front and one in the back. Now, this is the same Mexican cartel that you said that the other video said the Mexican government is part of. Let's keep listening. Let's keep listening.
You want to talk now? You want to talk now? Bro, they grab your shit. They really mess you up. They get everything out of you plus some more. You spill all the beans. Bro, they got a whole team of these guys now. It's getting worse and worse by the day. Supposedly they call them in. They're like, hey, traigan los LGBTQ. Bring the LGBTQ guys. They're like, what? Los qué?
So this is. I want y'all to hear what the gentleman said earlier, because maybe y'all missed it. Let's listen to this.
Difference between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized.
Okay, let's go back to this guy.
See a motherfucking Cadillac pull up with a rainbow flag, with a they come out with their fucking bulletproof vest. It's all pink. It's all the colors from the rainbow. And you thinking they're gonna do something to you, like cut off limbs. Turns out they got their shirts tied off on the top. They look like some big ass Navy SEALs. They grab you and they start going to pound town on your shit, bro. They get everything out of you, bro. Slapping you around, punching you, gagging you, fucking choking you, do it from the front, from the back, everything, bro. So it's never been a better day than now to be a good person, to be a
So you all have, let's hear this again.
Commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim. They use propaganda to make you feel guilty for punishing criminals. The sooner the black community stops defending criminals, the sooner.
Defending criminals. Somebody type defending criminals in the chat room. So you're saying that the black community is the only community that defends criminals. You're saying basically we protect the criminals. That seems to be what this gentleman is implying. I find that very interesting. So, I'm inferring that, since we as black people are the only community that protects criminals, he's saying that the Latino community or the Hispanic community doesn't. That's the logical assumption there. And I find that very interesting. Let's see. Maybe
let shit slide like crazy. They don't give a fuck if there's somebody within the family stealing or beating the fuck out of their partner, or if say un tío que tocó una prima or some shit like that. Like they don't give a fuck about any of that shit.
The uncle is basically messing with the cousin. Oh, okay.
The moment you start talking about weed.
Okay, well, maybe that's just a one-off. Let's keep listening. I mean, you brought us up. You want to talk about black people?
Mom. So I went to go out, right? But I lied to you, and I went to go meet a 14-year-old girl, and it turned out to be
a 14-year-old girl for what?
I went to go try and meet a 14-year-old girl for sexual intercourse, and I got caught, and I got a bunch of people telling me that asking
hold on a minute.
Me to tell you to call you to tell you that this is
Had me when she was 15.
Okay.
And my dad was 20.
Okay.
Which means my dad is a pedophile. And my mom is slutty. And I'm a victim. So I told my daddy, I said, hey, how dare you ruin my mom's life like that?
Okay, so
the man told me he pre-ordered her. And I told him straight business. I said, I'm finna deport you back to Mexico for molesting my mama.
Okay.
Educational today, but I just wanted to come here and touch up and shame those Latina mothers that are okay with their 20-year-old sons bringing a 14-year-old girl to live at their houses. Their 30-year-old sons still living at home, and they bring a 17-year-old home, and you're okay with that, and you put her to work. And you know, that's the thing. They make you also believe that they're helping you. So you constantly feel like you're in debt just because you're at their house.
So, I mean, let's listen to this gentleman again. Say again, sir.
Between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized. When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim. They use propaganda to make you feel.
It doesn't seem like you all are ostracizing these PDF files in your community. Actually, to me, it appears as though it is, I would assume, something.
Generational curses in my family is like cousins experimenting on cousins sexually. Like a cousin being molested by somebody, a weird ass tío or someone's boyfriend or whatever, and then that kid being exposed and then coming and exposing other children to that. And I lived that. From the age of 6, I was like, I mean, sorry for being so graphic, but like masturbating, hypersexual, curious about pornography. By the time I was like 10, full-blown pornographic addiction, you know, because of what I was being exposed to. I know the damage it caused me. Got married. I saw how it affected like even intimacy with my husband and how it affected like this shame that came with sex within myself. And I honestly, I looked at my kids and I was like, oh my God, like I was a little girl.
Now, again, we are talking about what happens when Latinos gain power over Black America. And again, we were sidetracked because this gentleman had this to say.
The difference between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized. When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim.
I don't know. It seems like you already rally around your PDF files to me. And I mean, this is all public information. So, I mean, it's on the internet.
Where I was talking about pedos and predators being normalized in the Latin community. And somebody was like, hey, don't make this a Latin thing. It happens in many different cultures.
Somebody type normalized in the chat room.
And though that person may be right, my experience as a Latin woman in a Latin community was exactly what I was talking about. Like, for example, I remember being like 15 and being in school with this girl. She was in my same grade and she was dating like this 23 or 27-year-old. And the only way I found out was because I was like, oh.
Somebody said, get a life dentist. You should talk black business, not Latino business. No. See, I would have
massive difference.
Let me get this back up here. Get a life dentist. You should talk Latino dentist, black business, not. But see, here's the problem. The problem is you all are talking about black business. So let me let you hear the black business that was mentioned, and then you can tell this guy to mind his business. Let me go ahead.
And one massive difference between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized. When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim. They use propaganda to make you feel guilty for punishing criminals. The sooner the black community stops defending criminals, the sooner they can move forward and prosper.
So you see this gentleman talking about Mr. Rich F7B. He's clearly not Black American, and he's talking about Black American business. So I guess it behooves me to, you know, if you're going to talk about Black American business, especially when you say we defend criminals, I'm just pointing out the fact that there's dozens of videos on the internet where it talks about how Latinos, you know, it's normalized. PDF filing is normalized in the Latino household. I mean, why would you say that about Black Americans if you don't expect us to respond? I mean, it's all out here on the internet. So we're going to go ahead and let the video continue, Mr. Get a Life. And you can stay if you want to.
Yeah. And her parents knew, and like nobody blinked an eye. Furthermore, I used to spend summers at my sister's house, and there was this man there, like a cousin of the husband or something, and he was like 23, 24 years old, and we used to like, you know, like make out and this, that, and the other. Never all the way, but definitely like a lot. And I thought it was because I was attracted to older guys and I was so mature, and that's why older men like me. And no, like, bitch, that's not okay. That was normalized.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, let's continue listening, because again, the gentleman said that we defend criminals in the Black community, and he said we're the only one that
observe Cesar Chavez Day this year.
Oh
Governor Greg Abbott made that announcement yesterday as revelations of the progressive icon's history of sexual assault came spilling out.
You might type Cesar Chavez in the chat room.
Chavez was a socialist union organizer who has been hailed as a hero on the left since even before his death in 1993. Over the last 30 years, Democrats have named schools and streets after him. His birthday, March 31st, became a federal holiday under Barack Obama back in 2014. Now, Governor Greg Abbott said he's ordering state agencies not to observe the holiday, and he says he'll push lawmakers to strike Cesar Chavez Day from the state calendar. The widely reported allegations of Chavez as a pedophile and sex offender that came out yesterday have caused even ardent supporters to step back. For example, the Mexican-American Legislative Caucus issued a statement yesterday disavowing Chavez.
Oh, well. Wow. I you know, you all
voted for Trump? No. What else do we expect from a culture that is full of abusers, even within our own families? This has always been a very hard conversation for our community to have. And I'm not saying that the Latino community is the only community that is doing this, because there are many. The fact that a lot of us have tios, primos, abuelitos who are PDF files in our families, and we don't say anything about it. We all know abuser in our.
Now, is this me saying this, or these are Latino people? These are young Latino people, old Latino. They're reporting this on themselves. But then you got this guy that I showed earlier, and he has these horrible things to say about. Did he not see these videos? Maybe he didn't see them. Maybe, you know, he didn't see the video, because he made this statement about
between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are
like PDF filing,
ostracized. When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a
doesn't seem like you all are ostracizing these PDF files within your own family, to me, sir.
Victim. They use propaganda to make you feel guilty for punishing criminals. The sooner the black community stops defending criminals, the sooner
somebody type stop defending criminals. Go ahead.
Someone, a child, most of the time. We always sweep it under the rug. We do not want to cause problems. We don't want the family to break apart. What are we going
So you defending PDF files? That's the criminal.
to do at the next carne asada if we confront the primo or the uncle? Loyalty and compassion is almost always given to the abuser and never the victim. I personally know of families today that have gone through something like this that still have not confronted their abuser, that still go to a family function, carne asada,
And he's sitting over
whatever,
there.
and that
Yeah.
abuser is most likely there. So am I surprised that
Ooh.
Latino men, despite the charges that Trump had against minors, still voted for him? No, I'm not. Am I disgusted? Yes. Surprised? Unfortunately not. And by no means am I generalizing that all Latino men are this way, because they're not. But we all have to be honest with ourselves and make that this is a very prevalent issue in the Latino community, and it happens more often than we want.
It happens more often than they want.
Is so normalized within the Latino community.
Damn. It's normal. Somebody type normalize in the chat room. Go ahead.
Don't worry, I'll wait. Why is it normalized? Yeah, I said it. Hell yeah, I'm gonna call it out, bro. Like, and before anybody twists this into hate, listen to me. I'm not talking about every Latino family. I'm not saying this defines our people. I'm saying there is a pattern that I've observed.
Somebody type pattern.
A pattern I've seen with my own eyes. A pattern too many of us whisper about but don't confront. I've noticed in American culture, not all of it, but at least a majority of it, at least in the modern times, one of the only good things is that if you are a pedophile or you are an older person dating somebody much, much younger than you, you are literally going to get your entire life ruined. Your career, your reputation, your safety, your access to spaces. People will drag your fucking name through concrete and make sure you never forget it. You will not hear the end of it. And honestly, good, because children deserve protection more than.
Now, here's the thing, sir. That's the ideal way to see it. But the reason Black Americans are not like up in arms about Epstein and the Epsteiners is because we knew that that's white folk and how they get down. Our ancestors and our relatives who lived through slavery and were subjected to the authority of white people, we knew how they are. There's a famous story about a forefather here of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, and he was notoriously known for his PDF filing with a young woman, she had multiple children for him. Okay, and so this is not something that's new. Black people are not surprised about the Epstein files. Okay, I know ideally that's ideal. Right, but Black folk are not in up in arms. We're not shocked. In fact, most white people will tell you that the number one PDF files are the ones you all look up to: middle-aged, college-educated white men. Okay, so that's who you aspire to be. But I'm gonna let the gentleman air it out. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Predators deserve comfort. But in Latin culture, and again, not all families, porque hay de todo, but from my observation, I have seen a lot of very questionable age gaps within my culture. Families, not all, but most families I've personally seen being perfectly okay with their 16-year-old daughter dating a 25 to 30-year-old man. Why is that? Like, why does that not set off alarms? Why does that not make fathers furious? Why does that not make mothers sick to their stomach? Why is it framed as, oh, he's established?
That's part of the culture too, and I find it interesting that, and I'm gonna do a broadcast on this. I'm gonna do this. There seems to be, when people are racist, sexist, then PDF file often goes with that. There's probably some psychologists out here, but it goes with that.
He can provide. At least he's not a boy her age. Since when did can provide outweigh she is still a child? Let's be honest. A 25-year-old man and a 16-year-old girl are not in the same stage of life. They are not equals. They are not peers. One has lived through adult experiences, adult independence, adult sexuality.
Now, let's go back to what he said again. Go ahead.
Between the Black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized. When Blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim. They use propaganda to make you feel guilty for punishing criminals. The sooner the Black community stops defending criminals, the sooner they can move forward and prosper.
So the sooner the Black community stops defending criminals, the sooner they can move forward and prosper.
I came across a video of a Hispanic guy saying that the Hispanic culture really loves to sweep things under the rug. And it's so true. It's so true. I remember growing up and having a girl who, she wasn't my cousin, but you know how everyone's, you know, a tia, tío, or primos when you're growing up. But she had went to her parents and told her parents about how someone in the family, like outside the family, touched her inappropriately. And I remember the amount of shame that went into the, you know, everyone chismoseando when her mom believed her. And I look back now and I'm like, thank God, because if my son ever came to me and told me that somebody touched him, I'm knocking doors down. I'm going to prison. Going to prison. But anyway, later on, I realized in my brain that I had been essayed by a cousin. And this is the first time that I'm actually speaking about it on the internet. And I remember always having to be around this person. He's finally dead, thank the Lord. But when I told my mom at the age of 21, and by the way, this had a lot to do with my drinking. I remember she said, you'll never have to see him again. And that to me was like, I could cry thinking about it because I didn't want.
So I think we've addressed this gentleman's questions. Now, again, have we seen enough videos? Because I have dozens more on that same subject. If we've seen enough videos, let me know. I don't need to belabor the point. I think I'll prove the point when the gentleman, you know. So I'm saying, you talk about black people. You get loose at the lip and you talk about black people. White people couldn't even beat black people. We have tamed these white supremacists over here in the United States. And as I pointed out earlier, these white supremacists taught the racist white supremacists in Nazi Germany how to be racist, who then took those same lessons down to South Africa. So when we talk about racism, whether we talk about bigotry, prejudice, or racism, black people have a PhD in how to deal with it by the time we're about 15 years old. So you can keep playing this game if you want to, and you can keep assuming that the numbers that are going to somehow help you and you know, oppress us like you've done the black people down in these South American countries, but it's not going to work. I'm just going to let you know that now because we are equipped to deal with it. Now, I want to go ahead and try to get down to the actual lesson. I know it's been a while. I know we're here. I hope you all appreciate what I'm doing. I hope you appreciate what I'm doing. We had to lay the foundation because it's a very serious subject. Now, how did we get here today? How did we end up here today? Well, anybody who's been watching the news knows that there's an HPD officer who, her name is Ashley Gonzalez, and she decided to hop on the internet and say
that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my god, I fucking hate chimps. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, like, I don't fucking, oh, we were slaves this entire, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like, for a fucking reason, you guys were fucking slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to fucking steal. Like, oh my fucking god, nigga. Like, I was literally eating fucking food with my friend. He had his, oh my god, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de fucking Dios, I had my fucking wallet next to me, like my whole purse, and those fucking, like, that little fucking small ass chimp decided not to fucking steal my fucking wallet, nigga. Oh my god, nigga, I would have grabbed my heel and like whooped the fuck out of that nigga's ass. But like, whatever, right? Some other but no.
Now she's a cop. She's an HPD officer.
No homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud, like goddamn, nigga, like oh my god, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps, nigga. Like I kid you not, I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking nigger. And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, damn bitch, te pasaste, because I called him a fucking nigger, dog. Like imagine.
Yeah, this is how we got here today. This is how we here. Okay, this has been part of the Black response.
On your ass, I mean just that. Fuck, nigger. And I was like, what the fuck are you gonna possibly say? Like, are you gonna call 911 because I called you a fucking nigger? No, right? Oh my God, because this is what we're not gonna do in our city. Let me tell y'all racist laws that still got badges. I'ma flush every last one of you jokers out any police agency in my state, in my city. And then Miss Ashley Gonzalez, I'ma let you know right now, baby. I got smoke for you, cause you finna lose your license and you finna not be at no police agency. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. On your ass. I'ma let you know right now, baby. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I mean just that. Ashley Gonzalez. You
Shout out to DJ Screw.
bitch. You finna lose that job. You finna lose that job, bitch. Bitch, pop me, ho. You finna lose that job, bitch. You finna lose that job, bitch. You finna lose that job, bitch. Bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Cause you finna lose your license. You won't be able to go nowhere. Bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Flush your behind out like a damn rope. I'ma put that belt on your ass.
That belt on your ass, what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. So anyway, let's go ahead and get to the lesson. I know we've been here for a minute. I apologize for keeping y'all, but it's been a minute since I really got into this thing. So family, we've got a lot to discuss, huh? It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Look, man, I know you all have homeboys and homegirls, and some of you all are married to Latinos who are not Afro-Latinos or people of African descent who happen to be, and you know, those people, there are plenty of them down there too. I saw this video and I wanted to share this with you guys and kind of, you know, hit it from a little, I just thought this was pretty cool. I'm not going to let the whole video play because, you know, she is...
Cuéntale versión mujer. Canta la chica, canta.
She said, listen to, then this is Afro-Latina.
Conmigo.
Fair use.
Dile que bailando te conocí. Cuéntale, dile que esta noche me...
So that's an Afro-Latina woman right there. I'm thinking she might be in Colombia. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly. But, you know, so, you know, they have people of African descent down there. Shout out to all the Afro-Latinos, all the indigenous folks in these Latino countries. And, you know, look, man, we got friends. What about your homeboy, Jose? Somebody type Jose. Jose, cool. He been cool with you. That's your road dog, right? That's your road dog, man. That's your homie, Jose, right? What does that mean? Your homeboy, Jose, who you grew up with. You can't be your friend no more? Huh? You hoop together, you ate together, you go to school together. You have a real bond. But you understand there's a difference between your person, or should I say your personal relationship and the norms and the expectations people absorb from family, community, and culture. And when families get together, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, people bring their own beliefs to the table. And in some households, you know, the ideas about skin tone, class, or who's acceptable, and it can surface, you know, as far as relationship partners, husbands and wives, and sometimes subtly and sometimes openly. So when a son or daughter or nephew brings, you know, and we talking about this is cultural racism, when a son, a partner, they bring home a dark-skinned person, whether they be of Afro, Caribbean descent, Afro, Latino descent, indigenous, the reaction can range from fully supportive to uncomfortable questions, jokes, or pressure. And that does not automatically define every person in a Latino family or in any room. But it does show how family norms can influence behavior, even among people who are otherwise kind in one-on-one settings, okay? Because I know you all have coworkers that you work with who are of Latin descent. You just need to understand that's the distinction you're getting at, okay? A person might not be openly prejudiced or bigoted, in daily life, but they still carry norms they've learned. Social science research backs this up. People are influenced by what they grow up around, okay? And I use the analogy between the senora and the senorita who was barging into my show. And that influences their decisions later on, especially under pressure or when representing others. And psychologists sometimes refer to this as implicit bias, patterns of thinking shaped over time that affect judgment, even when someone believes they're being fair. So what happens when your friend Jose becomes a police officer or a mayor or a policymaker? He was cool with you when y'all was kid. He was down, y'all was black and brown, right? And now he's not just acting as a person, he's operating within the institutions and often responding to the expectations of voters, colleagues, and his community that he represents. And at that level, the decisions aren't just personal. They're influenced by incentives, norms, and groups' interests, his groups. And that's why representation matters. And it's not about assuming bad intent. It's about recognizing who's at the table shapes what gets prioritized. Now, the thing is, the takeaway isn't to assume the worst about your friends who happen to be Latino or any other ethnicity. It's to understand the difference between your personal relationship, and that's how people treat you on a one-on-one basis, and the collective dynamic and how decisions get made in families, communities, institutions, and the groups overall. And that's why it's important for every community, including the Black American community, to build and support its own pipeline of doctors, lawyers, business owners, real estate agents, plumbers, electricians, elected officials, whatever. And when more voices are present in positions of authority, there's a better chance that policies and priorities reflect a wider range of experiences. And you can value your friendships. Okay, I'm not telling you to run out and stop being cool with your Latino homies and homegirls. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Value your friendships, but still be clear-eyed about those people's norms and systems and influence outcomes. And that's a stronger, more defensible message. You understand? Than me just telling you to just, oh man, just disregard all them people, because you can't do that in a society. Now, I have some personal experience I want to share with you all. If you guys have read my books, Rules to Live By, How to Maintain Peace of Mind and Happiness in a Conflicted World, I wrote this book, wrote these books many, many years ago. Now I'm gonna give you a little real life, because look, let me say that. So I'll give you a little background about me. All right. Most of you all know where I'm originally from. Where am I originally from? All my people who've been here for years. I'm from LA, born and raised, South Central Los Angeles. I lost the accent, you know what I'm talking about. Homie, I've lost the accent because, I've been living down South so long, but I was raised in LA in the 1970s and 80s. And, there's all, there had always been Hispanic population. But during that time, you started seeing the notable influx of more people, more cultural overlap, more interaction between communities. And there was there was someone, there's this lady we called a Mexican Mary, okay? Mexican Mary, somebody type Mexican Mary. My mother's good friend, her name was Mary Chavez, or as I say, Mexican Mary. And everybody liked her, the whole family liked her. She cooked. I mean, she would make us breakfast tacos, real tacos, not the shit that y'all be making with the Louisiana hot sauce. We got that real Mexican taco with the cilantro, and it was cool. You know what I'm saying? She was the taco truck before the taco truck. She cooked, she laughed. She opened her home up. She didn't come off as hateful. She didn't come off as aggressive. She didn't come off like, what people think racism is supposed to look like, or even bigotry. Okay. But every time we came over there, she would greet us the same way. Okay, I'm just be honest with you. This is me, right? She would say, "Hola, mi monos." She would open the door. We would get "Hola, mi monos." She would kiss us. She would kiss us all over our face. I'm talking about the children, especially. She would hug us and she would greet us. And you would think we was like some long lost relatives she hadn't seen in years, right? And we can assume it was, I thought monos was a assume of endearment. I didn't know what the shit means. Like, is that like mono? It's Spanish, right? We people from Mississippi. We don't speak Spanish like that. But we just thought it was a term of endearment. And it wasn't until decades later that my mother learned what monos meant. Years later. You know, you look it up like, shit, that means monkeys. So she ran here calling us monkeys the whole time. Now I want you to think about that. She fed us, she laughed with us, she played dominoes, she welcomed us, but at the same time, she was comfortable calling us something that she had used, you know, calling us monkeys, dehumanizing Black people. That's what that's for. You know, and that's not about one person being mean. That's just about what she was taught. You know what I'm saying? That was normal in her culture. That was cultural racism. That's what it looks like. It didn't always come off as angry. She wasn't angry at all. She was sweet because it's all about face, make us tacos and shit. You got that little white rice drink. You know, it wasn't about hate or violence. I mean, she'll smile and bring us a plate of food, right? We all be over there. I mean, that's why people miss it. Now, here's what makes it interesting, okay? Because I want y'all to listen to me. Whatever cultural bias she had, all right? Whatever cultural bias she had, we already talked about the language she used, monos, and that didn't stop her from being deeply involved with the men in my family. Again, this is my mama's friend from work, okay? All right, this is my mama's friend from work, okay? Now, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I know. Absolutely. I'm a kid now. I'm like 9, 10 years old. I'm a kid. It's my family. I'm going to show you a picture of my family on the east side of LA. This is us. This is Uncle Slim. That's Uncle Slim with the hat, the tall dude. To the far left, that's Uncle Robert. And that's me down in the front. Now, this is way before Mexican Mary. I was probably about four years old on this, but it's east side of Los Angeles. My grandma to the left with the wig and the yellow dress. Cousin Shalonda, Chandra. And this is just people in the neighborhood, and that's badass, black ass Davion right there. I hated that N-word. I still hate his ass. I used to fight him every day. My uncles used to have me fighting him on the side of the house. I write about him in my book. But that's my Aunt Geneva right there. That's my mama's third oldest sister with the rollers in her hair. And these cats right in the middle, these my Uncle Slim's friends, they hustlers. You know how it is, always that. And Black people have extended family, so on and so forth. But that's the east side of LA. I think that's over on the east side, probably near the Pablo projects. I forget, it's 48th Street near Long Beach Boulevard. But the bottom line is, that's my family. Those are the men, clearly Black men, clearly Black American men. And, she was clearly, Mexican Mary was fucking Uncle Robert, okay? She was fucking Uncle Robert. Excuse the language. I'm going to be cussing this late. And I guess he thought she was going to be his girlfriend, right? And he thought they had an exclusive relationship. And then he came over one day and to her apartment one day, and my cousin Carl was in the bathtub taking a bath at Mexican Mary's house, okay? So cousin Carl, now he was my oldest uncle's son, okay? My oldest uncle's son, Carl Jr., was at Mexican Mary's house, and we assuming he was fucking Mexican Mary too, okay? And keep in mind, she didn't call us a bunch of monos, right? And so I can confirm at least 2 Black men, okay, of different ages, was clearly foundational Black Americans, straight out of Mississippi. Both of them was fucking Mexican Mary. And now I think about it, I'm pretty sure my Uncle Slim was getting that pussy too. Okay, now when I say pussy, I'm talking about buddy. I have a cat up here, pussycat. That's what I'm talking about. YouTube, I'm talking about pussycat. I'm not talking about anything pornographic or none of that. We don't do that here. Okay, this is family friendly. Somebody type family friendly. But I am absolutely sure Uncle Slim was getting that pussy too, because I never known Uncle Slim to pass up some pussy. I've never. Uncle Slim gonna get it. Okay. And since it's family pussy anyway, I can't see how he would pass that up. And it's Mexican pussy too. Back in the 80s, that was a novelty, And here's the thing: she already had 2 kids. Okay, she's probably my mama friend. She's probably like 30 something. She had 2 kids, so she was a single mother. So that's that single mother pussy. It's good. I don't care what they say on the internet. That single mother pussy is good. It is. Okay, that's why dudes stay getting caught up in it. Y'all wonder why dudes end up being baby daddy number 4 and 5? How does that even happen, right? You got folk. How does that happen, right? They get caught up in that single mother pussy. That pussy's delicious. Make you feel safe. It's forgiving. Okay, it's paralyzing. You get up in there, you freeze up. You know. Next thing you know, you baby daddy number 6. That's what happens. I know my Uncle Slim, and I can see how he would have made a way. He would have slid up in that. I can see that. I mean, she's right there on Normandy and Florence in them apartments on the left. That's his territory. He go east side, he'll ride over there in the middle of the day. You see, the other thing about Uncle Slim is he'll pay for some pussy. He probably gave $100 and just pay for the pussy. I can see that, just to get it out the way. Sometimes you just, come on, baby, we'll just get this out the way. So I can see that happening. But, it's pussy available, Uncle Slim, you're going to get the pussy. I'm sure of it. So Mexican marriage was basically running through the whole family. And that wasn't a misunderstanding. That was a pattern. Okay. She was dealing with multiple black men in the same family at the same time. And so whatever her cultural racism is, it didn't stop her from partaking in the black dick. Okay. Clearly, whatever that racism, it wasn't strong as that desire, for that BBC. Now, another example of that, and I don't want to get off subject, Michael Jackson's movie is coming out. And if you all know the Tito, is it Tito and Jermaine and Tito had a baby mama from Colombia, and she had 2 kids for him. And then Jermaine turned around and married, had 3 kids. So that's the nephew that's starring in this movie right now. So this is, that's another example. So don't be judgmental on my family. Okay, don't be judgmental, and don't you dare judge Mexican marriage either. Okay, nevertheless, the real question is, how does someone hold certain views, conscious or unconscious, about a group, and at the same time be intimately involved with them? That's a contradiction, right? Because the attraction doesn't equal respect, access doesn't equal alignment, and proximity doesn't erase bias. You can desire someone physically. She wanted that wood. Okay, she wanted that Mississippi longwood that Uncle Slim and them and Uncle Bob. But how did she manage that? That's a lot of pressure. How do you manage? What did you do when they all come over at the same time to play bid whiz? Anyway, never mind. In other words, you can desire someone physically and still carry beliefs about them that are rooted in something deeper, something cultural, something learned, something unexamined. And that's what people miss. You see, they don't get that. Now, when we talk about this little racist, speaking of, needing some black dick, let's talk about this racist HPD officer, Ashley Gonzalez, who got caught being racist on the internet. I showed the video a bunch of times. We don't need to see it again. All right. Now, what happens when these culturally racist people begin to take up positions of power? Okay. You have incidents that happen where, people like this officer, Ashley Gonzalez, she recorded herself like an idiot, talking about how she hates black people like an idiot, using a racial slur, the hard R. And that wasn't a rumor. That wasn't hearsay. This was a video that went viral on the internet, and it was serious enough for the HPD to immediately relieve her of her duty, took her badge, her gun, and launched an internal investigation. And this is where the conversation stopped being theoretical and becomes real, because now you're talking about somebody on social media, talking about someone who was sworn in law enforcement in January 2024, who had authority to stop and detain people that look like me, black people, all people, arrest you under certain circumstances and use force against you. And it's really just her word against yours. Okay? And according to the reports in that video, she didn't just express hatred. She went further. She talked about prior interactions and suggested that she would treat black people differently on calls. Even she referred to using language during an arrest. That's what she was talking about, grabbing an N-word by the back of the neck. And right there is exactly the question. How does a racist, bigoted person apply their authority? And so because the state of Texas and the city of Houston gave her a gun and a badge and legal authority, then you give someone that kind of power, you're not just training, you're trusting their judgment, you're trusting their discretion, you're trusting how they interpret the situation. And think about it. Think about what happens on the street level when every traffic stop, every call, every interaction, if someone already has that mindset, and whether it's hatred or bias or distorted perception, then every decision they make is filtered through that racial lens, and who looks suspicious, who gets searched, who gets the benefit of the doubt, and who doesn't. It's not going to be that blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man. He's not going to look suspicious. It's going to be the black boy who might be a student at TSU or U of H or one of the other local colleges. And that goes all across the country, okay? For all these racist folk. Now, in response to the incident, you had community leaders come out. They condemned it. She got fired because they recognize this is a real danger. Now, here's where it connects to the bigger picture. This is not just about an officer. This is about what happens when someone with those kinds of views is placed inside an institution that already has broad authority over people's lives. These people, they give these people's guns, okay, and qualified immunity. Because, see, policing is not neutral, it's discretionary. Officers decide how to apply the law every single day. And research backs that up, okay? We know that, and we know that firsthand. So what happens then, all right? What happens when, instead of having some lowly 2-year cop who's out there on the beat with a bad attitude and racial prejudice on the mind, you now have someone whose personal bias can translate to state action, into arrests, into charges, into use of force, into a decision that can change somebody's life. That could have been anybody's son she picked up. Now let's move forward. What happens when, look at these racist Latino Republicans in Miami? Okay, what happens when these kids grow up and they get higher positions of power? They become the Marco Rubios of the world. They end up in politics. Look what happened to Miami. This wasn't a rumor. This wasn't somebody trying to smear these people with gossip. Look at the Miami Herald. The Miami Herald reported this. It's not just an internet thing. Young Republican act. They people tied to the campus organizations, local Republican Party extract. They got exposed. Okay, they had a chat filled with racist slurs. The young people in this, they use 400 different variations of the N-word. I didn't even know they had that many variations of the N-word, actually, but 400 different variations of the N-word in this group chat, along with anti-Semitic stuff. You see what I'm saying? They reference Hitler's politics. You see, they describe dozens of ways of violently unaliving black people. And at one point, the chat itself was renamed in a way and tied to Yahtzee ideology. And one participant described it as a Yahtzee heaven, and put an N on the front of that. You see, and this is where it gets serious because, these were not random people online. These were persons connected to political pipelines. These were students. There was a law student involved in that. He's only a year away from being a lawyer. There were campus organizers, people linked to the local Republican Party. You know what I'm saying? You had this one cat, Ashley Gonzalez. He served as the college Republican recruitment chair. This is who he's bringing in. So this means this wasn't an isolated behavior. It was happening inside a pipeline that leads directly to political power, campus politics, local party leadership, and then potentially staff roles and appointments and elected. These people are going to be next to the president. You understand what I'm saying? And the details make it worse, not better. This wasn't just a off-color humor or isolated incident. It was repeated, normalized, was reinforced behavior. The participant mocked black professors. They statements like avoid black people like the plague and engage in conversations that openly fantasize about unaliving black people, violence towards us. And that matters because it shows something deeper than a person's prejudice. It shows a group environment where this kind of thinking is not only accepted, but encouraged. And they didn't get it at school. They got it from their homes. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why I say this is cultural racism. And see, at this point, unlike a person who is merely prejudiced or bigoted in private, when people operating in a kind of environment move into positions of power, they have the ability to institutionalize those views. That's where the racism comes in. That's where it translates from bigotry, prejudice to racism. And this is the danger to foundational Black Americans. This is what we're facing. This is the fight that we have. The new face of white supremacy is brown. You see, and the problem is not just that someone had ugly thoughts in their head. The problem is what happens when those thoughts are attached to access, influence, party machinery, hiring authority, campaign strategy, legislation, and public office. So, you know, and those that matters. So the lesson's not subtle. When you have people rising into higher positions of power from environments like this, the danger is not simply that they are racist or say racist things. The danger is that they can convert private contempt into public consequences, and they can wrap bias in the language of policy, frame exclusions as order, and embed hostility in the governance. And that's how prejudice, once connected in political machinery, starts being private, stops being a private problem or private vice and becomes a public threat. And that's exactly the kind of dynamic the foundational Black Americans have had to historically confront with white folk and white supremacy. Now, there's another situation that arose here. You know, just so you know, these dynamics show up when people move from attitudes to institutions. So let's go a step forward. What happens when these people use their college degrees and their position and they take over institutions? So we can fast forward and look at the Houston Community College. There was a lawsuit filed against them in 2020 originally on behalf of hundreds of current and former Black employees who basically said that, you know, not that it wasn't just about them receiving rude treatment or some isolated bias, but it was a well-developed, systematic, entrenched, and very successful campaign of race discrimination against top-level Black employees. This is HCC. HCC stands for Houston Community College. So this is right here in H-Town. All right. Now, according to the report, the lawsuit claimed that the chancellor, whose name is Cesar Maldonado, he took over 90% of the longtime Black professionals. They were fired or demoted. They've been there for years and they got fired and demoted. And guess what he did? Who did he replace them with? He replaced them with Hispanics, and their promotions increased by 50%. So the suit also alleges that while 90% of the tenured and experienced Black employees have been displaced, only 10% of the similarly tenured white employees have been displaced. And those are the kinds of numbers that plaintiffs use to argue a pattern. And it's not an accident. And the plaintiffs didn't stop at those broad statistics. They laid out what they said were the tactics used to produce those outcomes. Now, according to the lawsuit, as quoted by the Black folks, the tactics including padding Black employees' personnel files with false complaints. You know, they do that, right? Just making up stuff to get, you know, try to get you out of this. So those complaints could later be used as a pretext for firing. They believe in complaints against Black employees more readily than complaints made by Black employees. You understand what I'm saying? Telling one Black male employee that a white woman's word was more truthful than his. That's what they literally said. And using the language transformation as a cover for getting rid of Black employees and forcing Black employees to take leave of absence without cause. And then they later use those same leaves as grounds for termination. You forced me to leave, take a leave of absence, and then you fire me when I'm on leave? That's crazy. Or later on, you see? And so that's the type of discrimination they use. It wasn't just random or emotional. They use procedure, they use built-in paperwork, they use HR processes, they use management decisions, and they also practice retaliation, right? Tied to grants oversight. There was this one lady, her name was Zelia Brown, and she served as HCC's grant manager, right, and compliance manager, and she claimed they retaliated against her. They excluded her from her job duties and placed her on administrative leave after reporting she mismanaged grant money, included $500,000 in Hurricane Harvey disaster, which she said she didn't do, and there's no proof she did it. Another thing they did was there was a long email chain. You understand? Not only did they have a broad hostile work environment, but they literally said that, you know, now we are the Hispanics and we are in charge. I mean, this is in the email chain, right? He said, now we Hispanic people are going to receive preferential treatment. That's literally what it said. I mean, how stupid can you be? But this is another example of what so they're getting sued for $100 million. And so when you ask, you know, when you got, these are shady tactics that these people are using, right? And this is what they do when they take over. So again, the question is, what happens when Latinos gain power over Black Americans? And that's kind of what we're looking at. Now, I'm gonna share another video with you guys because it's not just the present that we talk about. I want you to look at historical, because some of y'all are still mad. Are y'all learning something? Make sure you let me know you learning something, because I don't want y'all. And have you all subscribed to the channel? That's another doggone thing. Don't play me. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. I want y'all to hit this #1 button and check this video out, okay?
Late 1700s, Buenos Aires. Black men and women make up nearly 1/3 of the entire population. Then the government decides Argentina must become white. They call it blanqueamiento, whitening the nation. They send
Somebody type blanqueamiento if you can, or just type whitening.
And thousands of black men to the front lines of every war. They use them as cannon fodder. Thousands die. The men are wiped out. The women are left behind. 1871, yellow fever epidemic hits Buenos Aires. The government lets it ravage the poor black neighborhoods. They do nothing. Thousands more black people die in the slums while the rich watch. While the black population is being erased, the government opens the floodgates to Europe. Millions of Italians, Spaniards, Germans pour in. They pay their passage, give them land, give them jobs. They say it is to improve the race. Black identity is deliberately flooded out. Intermarriage is pushed. Black faces disappear from history books.
Now, this is all accurate. You can actually look this information up. The whitening of Argentina. Go ahead.
By the early 1900s, the census stops counting them. Today, Argentina proudly calls itself the Paris of South America. Almost no black faces on the streets. Almost no.
Recently, there was
no black faces in the.
Just so you know about Argentina, recently there was a young Argentinian woman who had traveled to Brazil, and she said made some racist comments to some employees at a restaurant in Brazil, and they arrested her butt. And they took her passport, and now she's got to come back there, and she might end up in jail. They take racism very serious in Brazil, and so this is real. This is real. This
the media. They didn't just disappear. The government erased them on purpose. Wars took the men. Fever took the rest. Millions of Europeans finished the job. Argentina became white by design.
Now, just so you understand, well, I'm gonna let this play. We'll speak on it. This is something you probably don't know. So they're practicing anti-black racism as Latinos are practicing anti-black racism against black people. White people who they want to be like are look what the white people are doing.
American soldiers began sterilizing Puerto Rican women. President Roosevelt believed Latinos were birthing too many babies and draining resources on the island. The project was called...
Now, this is their island. But go ahead.
Called La Operación, and clinics were opened on every street corner. Women who refused sterilization were shut out of jobs and basic health care. Back in Washington, Congress was influenced by doctors like Clarence Gamble, who portrayed native Puerto Ricans as inferior and less.
So again, these are the white people. This is what the white people actually feel about the Latinos. And of course, we know that Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States, but these are still Afro-Latinos or Caribbean people with Latino heritage.
Less productive than Anglo-Saxons. The main beneficiaries of La Operación were wealthy industrialists who funded
wealthy white men.
funded the entire project. Because sterilized women were ideal employees. Women equals cheap, and no pregnancy equals no family to take care of. By 1970, almost 40% of childbearing women in Puerto Rico were permanently sterilized.
Ooh, this is who the Latinos are running up behind. This is who y'all want to be like. These people don't even like you. Let's move on to another one. Y'all hit the #1 button. All right.
Puerto Rico has spent 400 years under Spanish rule. Revolution is building. Independence feels close. Then, America declares war on Spain. U.S. warships arrive in San Juan. Troops land. They tell Puerto Ricans, "We're here to liberate you." Puerto Ricans believe them. They fight alongside American soldiers, raise American banners. When Spain surrenders in August 1898, they wait for independence. America betrays them. Washington installs a U.S. governor, strips Puerto Rican leaders of power. By 1900, Congress passes the Four-Acre Act. Puerto Rico becomes a territory, not a nation, a possession.
Tricked again. They lied to you again.
Puerto Ricans protest. America crushes them. By 1917, Congress passes the Jones Act. It grants Puerto Ricans U.S. citizenship, but not the right to vote for president, not statehood, not independence, just citizenship they didn't ask for. So America could draft them into World War I. Then
they can draft them into World War I and do to them the same thing that they did to the black. And of course, these are Puerto Ricans we're talking about, but America's doing the same thing to these Latinos who are in what these Puerto Ricans, people of Latinos, that the Argentinians did to the black African descendants in Argentina, send them to war so they can die.
And in 1950, Puerto Rican nationalists revolt. Two try to assassinate President Truman. America responds with martial law, arrests thousands, crushes the movement. By 2017, Hurricane Maria kills 3,000 Puerto Ricans. Trump throws paper towels. FEMA abandons the island. Power stays out for 11 months. Today, 3.2 million American citizens live in Puerto Rico. They pay federal taxes, fight in American wars, die at higher rates than any U.S. state. But they can't vote for president, can't elect senators, have no say in the country that controls them.
There it is. That's how they do you. That's what they about you. I got one more for you. Y'all hit the #1 button.
50s. Puerto Ricans moved to New York in huge numbers, seeking factory jobs and better opportunities. They were American citizens. Legally, they could move anywhere in the U.S. Didn't matter. Landlords refused to rent to them. Signs said, "No Puerto Ricans." Real estate agents steered them only to certain neighborhoods. Puerto Ricans were forced into the worst housing in New York. Tenements with no heat, buildings with rat infestations, apartments with broken plumbing.
I just want you to understand, if they treat Puerto Ricans who are American citizens like that, and I mean, for the most part, they see all Latinos pretty much as the same way. And but these people are still running up behind them. As I said before earlier, you know, black people never tried to. We've never tried to be white. We force white people to accept us as we are, whether that be colored, Negro, etc. They've had to accept us as we are. But the bottom line is, this is what we're dealing with. Now, I'm gonna go into a little bit more detail. Are you all learning something? I know we're going a little longer than we normally do, but I think this is a very important topic. I didn't want to chop it up. I wanted to be all inclusive here. So, you know, we spoke a little bit about Argentina. I'm gonna give you a little bit more background on that. So, and as I said, we want to go back in the past. We can look at what happened in Argentina, and this is the late 1700s, 1800s. Buenos Aires was not some, you know, it was not some overwhelmingly white enclave in South America. Okay. In fact, the Afro descendants of the people of African slave trade made up a huge share of the city. Okay. One study from Cambridge said that by 1810, nearly 1/3 of the population in Buenos Aires was African or African descendant. Another modern study in Argentina says that I mean, they. Let me say it like this: there were enough of us there that it was noticeable, and Argentina should probably look a lot more like Brazil than it does now. And so the question we have to ask: how did they get there? And I'm going into a little detail about that. They were there mainly the plantation, slavery. They were there for that. Buenos Aires slavery was heavily urban. All right, wasn't necessarily plantation style. Enslaved Africans and Afro descendants were used in domestic service. They were used in production, manual labor, transport, agriculture, and in Buenos Aires, labor says that the city and the hinterland and the surrounding, they relied on slaves, forced indigenous labor. And also they had chronic labor shortages. But another study said 90% of the freed slaves in the late colonial Buenos Aires was listed as occupants of domestic service. So that's what they did. Okay. Now, the other thing you have to understand, Buenos Aires is a much older city than most of the American cities. It was founded in 1536. So slavery had been there a much longer time. Now, how did we end up getting liberated down there? It was kind of gradual. All right. Argentina followed the classic pattern of gradual emancipation, which meant freedom was delayed and controlled rather than immediate. Like, we fought a war here. It's like, you better let us go because we was tearing this country down. You guys look at what we were doing in Florida before the Civil War. We literally fought the United States Army, cost them $600 million way back then. And we were gonna get our freedom. Okay. In 1813, Buenos Aires government elected, so they had something called a free womb law. Children born to enslaved mothers after the point where were legally free, but the mothers themselves remained slaves. So they had institutional slavery there. So it was kind of gradual. Life for Black people in Argentina was different from plantation in southern United States. But different doesn't mean humane. Okay. In Buenos Aires, many enslaved people live in closer proximity to the city, to markets, to churches, and to other free Black communities. So, some could hire out themselves for labor, and they had families. They had mutual aid networks. They participated in religious and cultural associations. And, and so, they had lives there. They had a Black culture in Argentina. It wasn't marginal. It was foundational. It was what helped set the city and the tone and the culture of the city. Now, by in 1822, the government kind of encouraged the emancipation of slaves through mutual aid and self-help. They helped preserve memory. They had burial practices, religious. So, they kind of like, okay, going along. Now, here's what happened. Well, everything seemed to be going along fine. And then the 19th century showed up, and the leadership began pushing a national vision centered on becoming a European nation. And you have 30% of the population of Buenos Aires, that's the most populated city. You want this to be a European nation? And this is where the concept of blanqueamiento or whitening comes into play. The idea was not hidden. It was openly discussed by intellectuals and policymakers. Whitening the race. They wanted their country back. The country that was never there. Somebody type, we want our country back. Somebody type, make America great again. Somebody type, make America white again. Somebody type, make America white again. I don't know at what point America was white, but they want to make America white. I'm sorry. They were trying to make Argentina white again. Somebody type, make Argentina white again. That's what they were trying to do. Hint, 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 hint. But what ended up happening was, what did they do with the Black population? How are we going to blanqueamiento and whiten the country? The idea, how are we going to make it, what are we going to do with them? Well, first, war. Black men were heavily recruited. And when I say recruited, they were conscripted. And they were disproportionately sent to the front line. It's the same thing they did to us in the Vietnam War. Look at the numbers on the Vietnam War. You got black men who make up, at that point, 9%, 10% of the population of black people. So you got about 5% black people, and we were overrepresented in the Vietnam War. And you see how our gentlemen came back, right? Drugged out, all sorts of stuff. Bottom line is the black men in Argentina were heavily recruited, and they were put on the front lines during major conflicts. They were barely armed, okay? Wars like the Argentinian War of Independence and later the Paraguayan War, and the historical accounts show that the Afro-Argentinian black soldiers were used extensively in combat roles, and many of them died in large numbers. And that's not speculation. This is documented military history. The other thing was disease. So here we are, it's 1871, and Buenos Aires gets hit with a yellow fever epidemic, and the disease is spread most aggressively through poor, overcrowded neighborhoods. They have slums, poor plumbing, poor just infested with stuff, and so yellow fever spread. And that's where the black folks live in Argentina. So thousands of them died. And the state response was nothing or limited at best. Okay? And the burden of the epidemic fell hardest on the most vulnerable part. Because remember, I told you, in these countries, they keep the black and the indigenous people down. You see? Now, the third thing was done by design. While the black population was declining through war and disease and poverty, the Argentinian government had opened the doors to Europe. Between 1800 and 1900, millions of immigrants from Italy, Spain, and Germany poured into the country. And the state actively encouraged these offers. Do you know that's where a bunch of the Nazis went and hid down there in Argentina? The state, but this is before that, but the state actively encouraged, and they offered free land. Here, come get some land. You got an opportunity here. Come on, Europeans. Because the goal was to reshape the population. And at the same time, there was a social and cultural pressure towards intermarriage. They were pressuring indigenous and Afro-Argentinians to get married, trying to absorb them into the broader mixed population. But here's the key. This wasn't just a natural blending. It happened alongside a system that elevated whiteness and erased black identity from national archives. So they erased them from the books. So by the 19th and 20th century, something else happened. Afro-Argentinians began to disappear from the officially recognized roles. Now it's still black. So the census categories changed. Racial identity became less explicitly recorded. The national story shifted to present Argentina as overwhelmingly European. And today, Argentina is often described as the most European country in Latin America. You see it in the demographics, in the media, and in the national identity. But the reality is this: black people didn't just vanish overnight. Our numbers declined down there through a combination of war, disease, migration policies, social pressure, and historical erasure. There's still physical traces, but not in the form people often imagine. Argentina does not have famous slave castles like major coastal African forts. Okay, what they have is urban memory sites scattered here and there. Okay, but black people were in Argentina from the earliest colonial period. They built and serviced the city through domestic work, labor, transport, agriculture, and of course coerced labor. They were gradually emancipated, not suddenly freed. They didn't fight for it. They built their own association. They had their own music, community life. And then over the 19th century, they visibly were reduced through war, disease, and undercounting and whitening ideology. And basically they were erased historically. And the reason people don't see black people in Argentina is not because black people were never there, it's because their labor was used, their presence was minimized, and so their history was buried. So when you look at the history, and the real point it's not a simple one-line explanation. This is an example of systematic racism, and this is what we're talking about. See, Argentina didn't become what it is by accident. It became what it is by policy, incentives, and social structure. And through the decisions about who to bring in and who to elevate and who to ignore. And over time, those decisions reshape the country. And that's what happens when power, policy, and identity all move in the same direction. And once again, you're not just talking about a person's attitude, you're talking about outcomes. Now, again, the question is, what happens when Latinos gain power over Black America? So again, we are going to wrap this thing up. I want you guys to make sure you subscribe to the channel. I have a little bit more to read here. I want to take the time to read all the super chats. We've been here for a long time, haven't we? Have you all learned something? Have you all learned something? Let me know if you learned something. I just want you all to know that I went to 3 classes of jiu-jitsu today, and I'm exhausted. And you know, I was out there fighting for my life, but I wanted to make sure I do this because I think it's timely and it's necessary. And I hope you all appreciate my sacrifice. I hope you all have learned something. And I want to thank the people who have contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I'll take the opportunity to first thank the people who contributed to the Cash App, and the Cash App is rolling across the bottom of the screen. We have a total of 21 Super Chats. I thank you all, you 21 people. I guess you all are the only ones who learned something tonight. And I thank you all for that. I appreciate you all. If you did learn something, you can contribute at this point, and I will definitely read and respond to your Super Chats as they occur. Thank you, Miss Anna Brown. Knowledge from a Latina fan. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. You know, I'm coming and I'm speaking to you, and I'm trying to educate. And I appreciate you for that, Miss Anna. I appreciate you. Also, Cantrell, buy Baby D a cheeseburger. Oh, you are hilarious. Baby D needs to make a comeback. We got 21 super chats. Let's talk about Lee Word 627. Thank you so much, Lee, for the $10 super chat. Well, maybe we'll get 25. Maybe it's 25 people that learn something. That's unfortunate that you all didn't learn anything. Gosh, I've just been talking for absolutely no reason at all. Disappointed in myself. I'll try to do better next time. I'll teach you guys some more stuff. Solo Dolo, thank you so much, brother. Mark the Freelancers Gifted Ones, Dennis Spurling Podcast membership. Good looking out. A Real Conversation 99 super sticker. Also, Eddie Washington, thank you for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate you. He said, I got 5 on it. That's what I'm talking about. Jerome Payne, Uncle D, maybe you should post the ICE hotline number. Hilarious in the chat. Also, Chronicles of Fan Art, great show, Attorney Spurling. Can these groups be sued? Thurgood Marshall style civil rights. Yeah, they can. That's why I brought up that situation about the HCC. ICE is hiring, I need a job for some extra dinero. Who else we got? Good job. Thank you so much. Toilet City for life. Good looking out, Big Kahuna. Mbot, thank you for the $2 super sticker. Jerome Payne, I was thinking maybe the super chat wasn't working because we only had 2 super chats. You know, I said the P word a lot up in here earlier. So I was like, man, YouTube must have demonetized me. But I see we got 22 super chats. Maybe we'll get 3 more. Maybe I'll get 25 super chats. That would be amazing. That would let me know that somebody learned. So at least 25 people out of 1,000 learned something. That's awesome. Now, hold on a minute. Did y'all hit the like button? Let me get, y'all not gonna play me. We got 900 people in here in the middle of the damn night. Y'all better hit the like button. Let me see if y'all hit the like button. Let me check this out. I wish y'all would tell me.
I want to talk
I'm sat
about
up here all
Virgil
this time,
Blow.
and you
Hopefully
all
I'll see-
haven't hit the like button. Let me look at this. Let me see here. How many likes? How many likes do I have? Oh, hell no. Y'all better hit this goddamn like button. Don't make me pop through this broadcast. Hit the damn like button. I can't believe I ain't got 100-some likes. That's a damn like button. You all are sad. I can't believe likes. I ain't 237 likes. That's all I get. That's a damn y'all like just disrespectful out here. That's what y'all are. You're disrespectful, each and every one of you. If I had your mama's phone numbers, I would text you. I'm gonna text your mama's mama and tell her just how disrespectful y'all are to my broadcast. All I got is 200 likes. Do better. Do better than what you're doing. Okay? I gave you all this free education. Y'all, I should send everybody a finals examination on this subject matter. Make sure you learn everything you should have. But either way, thank you so much, fam. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Also, my man said off topic, big homie, but you gotta check out Ice Cube's last albums, their Red Pill. I listened to them because he sound like you. Yeah, man, Ice Cube is one of my favorites of all time, man. I rank Ice Cube higher than Tupac because that was the generation I grew up with, man. But Ice Cube was the big homie, man. And they listen to us. You can be absolutely certain that these rappers and entertainers know who I am and they listen to, because the channel's too big. I mean, look at me. It ain't just me on here. It's not like I'm doing anything. It was just one dude and a microphone talking. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that I have almost 100,000 subscribers and I don't do anything fancy, you don't see me out there dropping watermelons from a roof, you don't really get this level of conversation everywhere. And so, of course, they listen to me. These people aren't graduates. They don't haven't developed. This is how they develop their opinions. You know, YouTube is the place where the hottest entertainers are. That's why you have people like Corey Holcomb, Anton Daniels, all these great men. Kevin Samuels set a trend. All these people. What's that girl that got sued? I forget her name at this point. She got sued by Cardi B. Yeah, so yeah, man, they're heavily influenced by what we do. And so that's why I try to be honest and I try to be straightforward and I try to support things with facts. And like even the opinions that I gave, you know, the dude had something to say about black people. I let his own people tell him how they hide the fact that they got PDF files in their family. And it's cultural. You understand me? That wasn't me saying it. Be mad at your own people. But anyway, fam, let's keep it pushing. Shout out to my man. Did I give a shout out, Big Hooney? Yeah, Toilet City. You all know I went to Manual Arts High School in Los Angeles. I played football down there in Manual Arts High School, man. So anyway, we trying to get 25 super chats. Maybe I'll get a couple more before I wrap this up. I don't want y'all up too late. I know we probably should be about 12 o'clock on the East Coast and I want West Coast, and I want to get y'all out of here. But I got to get this wrapped up. My girl, intricately tangled. That former HBD officer said what many of them feel about us, and they have access to officers that could hurt us. Thanks for talking about this subject. Yeah, it takes a lot of courage to do what I do. I've made a lot of enemies. I done fell out with a lot of people. I know that. You know, a lot of people told me don't do it, but this is part of my legacy. I got to do what I got to do for my people. You ain't got to like it, but you hear it. You see? And everything I tell you, you can look it up for yourself. But thank you so much, baby. I appreciate you, man. And y'all make sure y'all educate your children. Too Much Moxie podcast. Thank you for working. Thank you for the work you're doing. Good looking out. Thank you so much. OMG, it's you. I'm learning something. Great. I'm happy you're learning something. Thank you so much. Jerome Payne, Latinos beefing with Black American FBA. We all half breeds. And White Zaddy sitting back laughing at all of us over BS. Shake my head. Latinos, enjoy your buffer class proximity to White Zaddy until ICE comes. Yeah, the thing about the buffer class is you the first one to go. Okay, that's what white Latino, that's what the Latinos need, because y'all easy to get. We know well enough to stay away from white folk. At least the foundational Black Americans do. Our African American and Caribbean cousins haven't realized that yet, and we've been trying to educate them, but it don't look like they're gonna learn fast enough. Shout out to Fitzgerald 2417. Thank you for the $20. Also, Mbot 1987. Stop voting for people who give our funds away. Ain't that the truth? Amen to that. Vote your interest. Somebody type vote your interest in the chat room. Big J 773 was late for class, but still had to put something on my tuition. Keep blessing us with this knowledge and don't stop giving these tethers and immigrants to smoke. I'm an advocate for Black men, okay? And I want you all to understand that the causes that I take up are because they benefit Black men. I would not want Black men to be running around here not unaware and thinking that, you know, everybody loves them. And the truth is, you know, you got to be mindful, family. If you're dating a woman who's a white Latino, whatever, even the dark brown Latino, whatever, remember these people have these racist notions about black people, and these people are going to be raising your black children. Just be mindful of that. Now, the other thing is, I tell people all the time, my preference for black men is to date and marry black women, whether it be a woman, a foundational black American woman, a black Caribbean woman, an African woman, a woman, a mixed girl, whatever. It don't matter to me. My preference is because that's the love for yourself. You understand? Now, I don't want to get off into your business too much, and then I don't want to sidetrack this, but I understand love is love. And if you find somebody that loves you and treats you well, and this goes for men and women, you find black men and women, you find somebody that loves you and treats you well, you be foolish for leaving that person just because of the color of the skin. I can have my preference. What am I supposed to say? As a man with this platform, I'm supposed to sit up there and tell these black men to run after white girls? I'm not going to do that. That's irresponsible, stupid. That would be an expression of self-hate. I'm just telling you, hey, my preference for you, same thing I tell my son. All three of my sons, my preference for you is to marry women of African descent. And you can kind of avoid some of this hostility, this anti-black racism, if you deal with a woman of African descent, wherever she may be. We'll keep the melanin. We may not like some of their culture. It's a little janky, but we like the melanin. Somebody type melanin popping in the chat room. We do like the melanin, okay? We love beautiful blackness all around the world. We have a family fight right now, okay, about delineation and reparations and respect, okay, and also boundaries. But we're going to sort through that, and we're going to keep it pushing, okay? Anyway, thank you, Big J. Always one of my favorites. My man, Burn Kerr, thank you, Dennis. God bless you for sharing your knowledge. I'm glad I tuned in. I'm glad you tuned in too. Yaya Kids, one of my favorite people, Yaya Kids. Speaking of which, if you've been involved in a car accident, I need you to give me a call at 713-229-0770 because I need you all. You are clearly not going to pay me enough that I can maintain my lifestyle, okay? So I need you all to contact me at 713-229-0770 so I can go ahead and help you get a check. You've been in a wreck, I'll get you a check. You've been in a crash, I'll get you some cash. If you get hit from the back, I can help you with that. Okay? So go ahead and call me if you've been in a car accident, 713-229-0770. Never forget, Uncle D is a Hall of Fame attorney. Y'all can say whatever you want to say, but I'm one of the most educated attorneys in America. All right, you dig what I'm saying? Look at me looking handsome right there up in the corner. But you all make sure you call me. Call me first. Don't be calling me late. Y'all be calling Morgan and shit. They don't even know your name. You might, and you would talk. I'll talk to you on the phone. You see what I'm saying? Y'all be calling them other people. You don't never call me. That's just sad. I don't appreciate it. But yeah, you guys make sure y'all contact me at 713-229-0770 if you've been involved in a car accident. Again, that's 713-229-0770. If you get hit from the back, hit me up. Uncle D will be more than happy to hit you. Shout out to one of my favorite people, Yaya. It's a beautiful woman. Thank you so much. And Lisa H, 1692, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Also, I'm the greatest independent paralegal on the East Coast. Your message is so cold. I'll clerk for you for free. Do you think, man? I don't want nobody working for free, man. I pay people, man. But good looking out, brother. That's cool, man. I appreciate that coming from you. East Coast, you need all the money you can get. This is expensive up there. Gas is like $7 a gallon up there, brother. I ain't gonna have you out here working for free. Now, anyway, look, let's go ahead and try to wrap this up, man. One thing I wanted to hit. You guys remember this? I didn't really hit this. I was been on vacation. Uncle D will go on vacation on y'all. I want y'all to check this out. Listen to this.
Crockett said that Latinos have a slave mentality. So I'm going to read the article. Somebody mentioned that in my comments in my previous video. And I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Where did you see that? And when they said that, I actually looked up the article, looked up what the hell they were referencing, because I'm like, where did they get that from? So I'm going to read the article to you. I'll give you a little backstory, and then I'll leave my comments at the end, which is pretty self-explanatory, but it's easy to take out of context. They were asking her of the race for Kamala Harris.
Now, you see a lot of Latinos doing their darndest to try to get these other Latinos to keep it 100. This was famous. Listen to this one.
What do you mean? Jasmine not going to Congress for Texas? Oh, Crockett. A girl can only dream. Listen, Jasmine, what was that one quote that you said? Let me think. Oh, yeah. We done picking cotton. You can't pay us enough to go find a plantation. Yeah, you remember that. I remember that. How could I forget? See, 6.5 million Hispanic voters in Texas, which is like the majority of the electoral vote here in the state. And you mean to tell me that you think that we're still picking cotton? Hell no, girl. Hell no. That's why you lost. You're fucking racist. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. If you
He's racist. I think she supported Latinos and immigrants more. She didn't promise us shit. Just so you know, it's a foundational black machine promised us a damn thing. But go ahead.
would have pitched that in 2002, 2001, you probably could have gotten like a good drift. However, that was people in the past. Those kids that I grew up with that were chasing a field every summer, every spring with their parents, moving school to school because they had to go pick fruit with their parents, are now grown up. And guess what? Do you think that they're going to go back to picking fields when they have a citizenship? No. As a matter of fact, they're not even looking to vote for blue people with blue policies that put their parents in fields. Fuck no. Some of them are real estate investors, business owners. They're passing down generational wealth. And you think...
Okay, that's cool. That's good for you. All right, good for you. Let's listen to another one. Go ahead.
Especially if you're from Cuba. They are very soft targets for misinformation. A lot of Latino and Hispanic communities are, to be frank, especially if you're from Cuba. Cubans hear socialism, communism, and as long as the Republicans use those words to describe democratic policies, they will vote.
So apparently millions of Hispanic voters didn't make a conscious decision because we just so confused, you know, we didn't understand what we were doing. That's pretty fucking insulting and tone deaf considering the state of your community that's been voting lockstep with the Democrat Party since you got the right to vote. I'm sure you don't want me to go down the laundry list of devastating policies that the Democrats have had you voting for that has taken away your family, caused mass incarceration, the lowest level of education. But we're dumb because we understand what communism and socialism is. Newsflash, when we hear those words, it's not a trigger, bitch. It's experience. And in case you didn't know, most Hispanics are conservative because we value family, faith, entrepreneurship, working hard, building something for the next generation. We know exactly what we're voting for. And no, we didn't need anyone telling us how to think. Not in English or Espanol.
They are very...
I hear you.
Always and forever
And this is where we started. Go ahead.
say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my god, I fucking hate chimps. Like, I hate y'all. Like, I don't fucking, oh, we were slaves this entire, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like, for a fucking reason, you guys were fucking slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to fucking steal. Like, oh my fucking god, nigga. Like, I was literally eating fucking food with my friend. He had his, oh my god, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de fucking Dios, I had my fucking wallet next to me, like, my whole purse, and those fucking, like, that little fucking small ass chimp decided not to fucking steal my fucking wallet, nigga. Oh my god, nigga. I would have grabbed my heel and like whooped the fuck out of that nigga's ass. But like, whatever, right? Some other but no homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud, like goddamn, nigga, like oh my god, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps, nigga. Like I kid you not, I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking nigger. And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped, like it was just peace, like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, damn bitch, te pasaste, because I called him a fucking nigger, dog. Like imagine.
Now, for you all don't know, that's the former Houston Police Department police officer, and that's where we started. And then we kind of made our way over here, and we had to listen to this diatribe.
Massive difference between the black community and other racial groups is when people commit horrific acts against society, they are ostracized. When blacks commit crime, the community rallies around them to frame them as a victim. They use propaganda to make you feel guilty for punishing criminals. The sooner the black community stops defending criminals, the
Somebody type Cesar Chavez in the chat room.
sooner they can move forward and prosper.
So I think I dealt with that enough. But you know, I've always wondered, why are we on all these people's minds like this? Why are they thinking about us so much? What did we do? What is this about?
The obsession is over the hill at this point.
Yes.
My boy's sick. He's sick.
Somebody type BBC in the chat room. Somebody type Mexican Mary in the chat room.
I'll never understand how some people in the Hispanic community are overly obsessed if one of their women has slept with a black man or not. First off, what difference does it make if they have or haven't? Is it a difference if they slept with an Asian guy or a Russian guy? Is there any difference, or is the emphasis only put on black men? What is that? Why does it matter, right? She's off limits if she slept with a black guy or she's had a black boyfriend. Fuck that. It's giving weird, bro. It's giving real weird. And it's not just this guy. It's a lot of people in the Hispanic community who have these views, but yet you guys say that you're not racist. What is it, bro? What is it? Please let us know.
Racism, brother. It's racism. It's cultural racism. Okay. And you know, as we wrap this thing up, I'm going to just drive home a point here. You know, they couldn't wait to flex on Jasmine Crockett. They just couldn't wait to flex on Jasmine Crockett. Now, I don't care what your politics are, but if you think about the conversation, you know, it's not just theory. You see, I'm not just stretching this. I mean, look how politics actually played out on the ground. In the United States, different communities organize and vote around what they believe is in their best interest, and that's not unique in any one group. It's how a coalition, it's how politics works in a diverse country. Take Jasmine Crockett. She represents a heavily Democratic district in North Texas and won her seat with strong support from her base, but her experience also illustrates a broader point. Outside of a candidate's home district, support isn't automatic. And the statewide, and keep in mind, Jasmine Crockett is a black woman. Clearly she black. I know she a little ghetto. She pop off. I've actually heard her in different situations and just recognize that the ghetto sort of is performative. Okay. I just want y'all to understand that it is performative. All right. She's playing a role, gathering. A lot of these people do it. All right. That's how she's able to cut through the noise. Again, whatever your politics are is what they are. But the bottom line is they couldn't wait to get her back. She didn't win the statewide election. Okay. Right. She didn't win that. In Texas, you know, the state has 4 million black residents and one of the largest populations in the country. And the voting patterns aren't monolithic. For example, we know that the vast majority of the Hispanics voted for the white dude with the funny name. Okay, so here's the thing you need to understand. How are you all going to convince black people to vote for a Hispanic person on a statewide or even national level? You're not going to have a Hispanic president anytime soon, because now you've shown your whole ass to black people, and the black people who are on the fence, whether it be Plies or this dude, they like, hold on, they're really racist. A lot of black people don't believe the Hispanic people are culturally racist. They think, oh yeah, they're just like us, and that's our limitation. But now you're in a situation where you really are showing the typical black American that, oh my God, these people really are bigots. They see Ashley Gonzalez. They see what happened in Los Angeles with the councilman. They see you guys refuse to stop calling us the N-word. You know, you literally have words that you've made up in your culture that are derogatory towards Black people. And so now, you know, after years and years of being convinced, now we're convinced. So you see what we're doing to the Africans and the Caribbeans. You see that, right? You don't think that's something that's in the nature of this particular generation. You don't like us? Okay, we good. We don't need you. This is not the generations that came before. We're not begging for friends. So what I'm saying is, and here's a reality, you know, you have to understand, you know, foreign governments have well, let me say it like this. We're not going to allow anybody to use us anymore. And we're not going to try to be allies or friends with people who don't really value our friendship, political or otherwise. Now, again, I don't want to reemphasize the point that I know you all have Latino family members. Many of you have Latino friends, longtime co-workers. And on an individual basis, you can be friends with people, but just understand culturally that they have cultural racism embedded in how they were brought up, and it's just something that you need to deal with. That doesn't mean you can't be friends. It doesn't mean that you can't be you shouldn't have happy relationships and so on and so forth, and cordial relationships. But it just is what it is. The power comes when you have folk who get into institutional positions and then utilize that sort of mindset to begin to, you know, oppress and marginalize Black people or other people of color. That's unfortunate, and that's where we are. Now, I've said a lot. I think I've said enough. I want to thank everybody for the time you spent with me this evening. I certainly do appreciate you all. You all are wonderful, wonderful people. You've been a great crowd. You've hung with me so long. And, you know, I just, it's been cool, man. And so before we leave, I'm going to leave y'all with this. Y'all hit the number one.
Belt on your ass. I mean, just that. Fuck, nigger. And I was like, what the fuck are you gonna possibly say? Like, are you gonna call 911 because I called you a fucking nigger? No, right? Oh my God. Because this is what we're not gonna do in our city. Let me tell y'all racist laws that still got badges. I'ma flush every last one of you jokers out any police agency in my state, in my city. And then Miss Ashley Gonzalez, I'ma let you know right now, baby. I got smoke for you, cause you finna lose your license and you finna not be at no police agency. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. On your ass. Let you know right now, baby. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I'ma put that belt on your ass. I mean, just that. Ashley Gonzalez, you finna lose that job, bitch. You finna lose that job. You finna lose that job, bitch. Bitch, pop me, ho. You finna lose that job, bitch. You finna lose that job, bitch. You finna lose that job, bitch. Bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Cause you finna lose your license. You won't be able to go nowhere. Bitch. You won't be able to go nowhere. Flush your behind out like a damn rope. I'ma put that belt on your ass.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all up. Before I let y'all go, man, I want to tell you this little story how things should be. I was a youngster. I was probably about 11, 12 years old. I was at Astroworld right here in Houston, Texas. And they had a little place where you can go dance for teens and whatnot. So I was just there chilling. I ain't know shit. I was just dancing with this little girl, little white girl. And I mean, not like we were up on each other, none of that grinding and stuff like that. And so I looked up, man, I was surrounded by a bunch of white boys. And they was on me. They was beaming on me. They was about to beam in. You see what I'm saying? And man, all of a sudden I see them look past me and look over, and it was a Mexican dude, man. Straight, I mean, he looked like a fucking Aztec warrior, slender. He looked like he was about that life. And so, man, afterwards I realized what happened, and I'm like, thanks, man. I don't even think he spoke a lick of English, but that Mexican dude saved me from getting my ass stomped out by some white boys at Astro World when I was a preteen. So, you know, I got much love for the Mexican people. I'm talking about real big head Mexicans, you know, the real Mexicans. I got much love for you. It's just really disappointing to know and learn about this racism that's pervasive in your culture. There was a cat here just a few minutes ago. He said he wanted to apologize for all the racist Mexicans. That ain't your fault, man. That's like me apologizing for these Pookie and Ray Rays doing this foul shit, you know, and committing all these horrible crimes. You can't apologize for that, man. All you can do is focus on yourself, focus on your family, try to be a better person. You see what I'm saying? That's really all you can do, man. But the truth is, man, you know, our brothers in the Nation of Islam, they always acknowledge Mexican people as indigenous people. I know that the brothers of the Hebrew Israelites, they always see them as members of the 12 tribes. And whether you understand it or believe in that or not, that's overtures to the fact that we are the same group of people. And so I got much love for the Mexicans. And that's why this shit is real disappointing to have to do this. And I feel the same way about the Africans and the Caribbeans. This shit is disappointing. It's easy for me, you know, to separate myself from my emotions and deliver this message. But as a human being, it's very disappointing because there are people in my life who have Hispanic descent that I love deeply and I have great relationships with, and I have always had great mentors, coaches, best friend. My best friend, his name was Josue Garza. He got shot up. He had just joined the sheriff's department in LA. He died in 1995. We went to junior high school, high school. I played offensive tackle. He played a left tackle. He played left guard. And we was homies, man, and I hate to lose him. And so this type of thing, man, it hurts my heart. You know, it's very disappointing, very, very disappointing to know about this rampant anti-Black racism in Latino culture. And, you know, and hopefully by airing it out like this, man, we can disinfect it and do better. But I hope everybody watching this broadcast can accept what I'm saying, and it's coming from a place of love. And this goes to the Black people all across the world. This goes to the Hispanic people. And this even goes to you white motherfuckers. You know, y'all started this shit. I got some love for some white people too. But you motherfuckers is on some bullshit, and this, you know, you need to do better. Everybody needs to get back into the human family and recognize the earth is big enough for everybody. We don't need to keep fighting over resources and whatnot. We actually need each other. All the races actually need, everybody contributes something. You see what I'm saying? Everybody contributes something. White people contribute, Black people contribute, Asians, Latinos, everybody contributes something. Everybody contributes something. And the world wouldn't be the same. Whether we talk about inventions, it's stupid. It's like we all sitting in a room full of toys arguing about who invented what and what. It's just, at this point, it's silly. But I say all that to say, man, thank you all. I appreciate the time. We had a whole shitload of people up in there. Excuse the language. Shout out to Mexican Mary and Uncle Slim. I'm going to ask Uncle Slim if he hit that pussy. I don't know if he did, but I suspect he probably did. Other than that, this is Uncle D. God bless y'all. I love y'all. As I always say, man, I'm out of here. Later.
Dennis Spurling Podcast. Hit the like button, subscribe.